Good morning, everyone. How we doing? ES running a little bit into open. Are we just back at 420 right now? Motherfucking $420. Nice downside gap, though, to start the day. Ding ding. I think. Yep. There it is. Looks like futures got rejected on 41.45. Negative trends on the 1 and the 5 minute. Two. Good morning, everybody. Sounds like the cat's getting to you. No? He's like found a box and that's like his new home. He doesn't want to leave it. Good morning, Gork. I bought $10 SPY as an arbitrage play, but I can't find anywhere in my broker to exchange it for SPX. Is this crime? 10 SPY. No. No. My GME CC's no likey. Okay. So move them. Nothing like coffee and 0 GTs to start the morning off. Yeah, it's a good way to begin the day. All right. Call interest is picking up to like 41.35. Maybe these are sold. 41.35, 41.50, 41.40. Interesting. Gamma flip point is 41.22, so I don't need that. Although I feel like that's maybe just a good resistance. Let's see. ES still failing. Testing 41.40 now. This might chop for a little bit, but I think ultimately it's gonna fail here. 4100 put interest is picking up. So if this is gonna be our high for the day. Okay. I think I'll wait on that. These are kind of pricey. Fubo dead now? I don't know. What's it doing? Yeah, it looks like it's starting to die off. Flat gang all day? Hmm. I don't think so. I suppose we could, but there's definitely a lot more put interest today than there was. Still need to break the downside though. That's the tricky part. In order to roll, I'd sell 4cc at 20 to get enough premium to buy back my 8 $20 weeklies. Is this rolling? Thanks. Closing and reducing risk while getting more price per share. Sell 4cc at 20 to get enough premium to buy back my 8 $20 weeklies. Yeah, I mean that's rolling, and you're rolling off some of the position too, which is good, I suppose. Did you see Jimmy coming down over the next month? I don't know. OPEC still looks spicy. The borrow rate's flat though, which sucks. Thoughts on silver as a long play. Jan $22 calls. You're buying in the money calls on silver? Is SLV trading below spot? It's usually a little off, but that seems like a lot. It's mediocre. Careful. It's a lot like a meme stock. There's a lot of manipulation that goes on in the silver market. COMEX in general is really similar to meme stocks. If you buy it at the wrong time, you'll get burned hard. If you were to speculate on the possibility of a big drop, hypothetically, what percent drop to do 2 decimal places could happen for SLD? I mean, historically, it's usually between 2 to 300 basis points. Morning, I was looking at the Amazon play. Am I getting ahead of myself by adding an extra call on the bear call spread side for hedging upside as discussed yesterday on the stream? Is the upside currently a risk? I suppose you could. I mean, you're doing it at a debit though, which kind of sucks. SLD begins today. Been out of the loop lately. How has economic data looked this week? I mean, there hasn't been a lot of important economic data this week so far. The important economic data that did come in was bad. The retail sales did not look good. Why do you think 4120 won't yield? They must be losing money on the position. Are they that fucked if we slip below the 4120, 4100 range? I don't think they care if it loses money. It's there to serve a purpose. I mean, it's in the money right now. They could sell the whole thing and they're profitable, right? There's $7 in the money right now. They can also close, other long positions that are above it first and then sell it last. Sorry if you answered this, but are you going to get out of your NVIDIA play before earnings? No, I'm just going to hedge it. A little better than last time, but I'm still just going to hedge it. Probably like uh, point, 0.35 or point 0.4 delta. So 35 to 40% of my negative positional delta bought long. I figured that'll be enough to offset a miss. And if they say AI 5,000 times and don't miss on their ridiculous forward guidance, then I'll be in good shape on the upside. Good morning, Girk. With such bearish interest and no downs yet, is it safe to say this SLD might not occur? I swear to God, I'll ban you. Even if it's a joke. God, I hate that. It's bad enough that the other people do it. It's not funny when you joke about... I hate fucking being a streamer. Today's limit orders on ES are thicker on both on the bid and on the ask. Cool. Yeah, volume looks a little better today. Is SLD canceled? Smite me, I'm ready. All right. Take that, Carl. Do you know if NVIDIA has a history of creative accounting on prior earnings reports? I mean, if they were going to use any creative accounting, they would have done it last quarter when their earnings were awful. This expiration has a lot more call delta than put delta. We will drop this and the next week. Probably, yeah. Woo, they granted me spreads. Now I can make money in buckets starting tomorrow. Just DM me when you leave after you blow up your port. Do you know the reason for GME 10-day run-up? It's been increasing consistently since the first day of May. There's been ETF FTDs literally every day, and the market's just been flat. So there's not been any real downside pressure. Futures are selling off a little bit more here. Should be careful of like one of those crazy snapbacks from yesterday. I feel like I should be. Gamma Max for Jimmy's like 23. They're in the fucking daily DD. I think it's like 23, and I don't know what Upstart is. I don't remember. Hmm. Nice. Okay, Bob. Boom, 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 boom. Fucking stop loss hunts are gonna be intense again. Fucking almost $2. Ridiculous. Upstart and Jimmy squatting a hole. Probably covering into the drop here. That's not maybe a good sign. Although Upstart over 20 is kind of cool. I don't mind they won't close the 4120s till Friday because why not? Okay, good to know. Thanks for your input. My bad. I didn't know it really upset you. It doesn't. Why are you being so sensitive? If we hit 4050 on SPX, would you close your June 16 puts or reposition because next week also looks bearish based on options positions? Yeah. Well, it depends which June 16 puts. Most of my June 16 positions are there to capture spikes in the VIX. They're not really there to go in the money. I mean, if they do, cool, but I don't think they will. I don't even know who that is. Thoughts on rolling out 1850 CCs on GME a couple weeks? Just don't want to get assigned. I'm in a weird spot now with OPEX coming up. I mean, if you can roll them out for credit, you could use the credit to buy calls and hedge the OPEX upside. That's always an option. And then if OPEX doesn't happen, you can just close the calls and fucking wait for the price to drop. Is it strange for a stock to rise slowly to GM instead of a sudden pump? It happens with like big blue chips, and price action not driven by options. So, actually testing or passing gamma max without a breakdown and without any like high volatility event would indicate that options aren't playing a very large role in the price. GME is not above gamma max right now. Good morning, Hazy. What's up, man? Just remember that OPEX isn't a guarantee. These CCs aren't cooked just yet. Yeah, that's true. I am still very concerned about the possible addition to the Russell 2K. Buying calls into this OPEX could be quite risky because of that. Yes. Uh, Oof, big sell off. Let's fucking go. It hung up there for a second and then sold off really hard. I saw a regard yesterday saying how Jimmy has only gone up for 10 days straight. Someone called them out that not last Friday. He was like, I use Henkin-Ashi candles. Well, I, I, I guess easy to make that mistake if you just look at the candles. That just seems like a beginner error. GLD if you want some. I'm waiting. I'm either gonna time it perfectly, Mr. Poopy Pants, or I'm going to miss the window entirely. But I have a plan. We should expect a 1% drop in SPX just because of OPEX. The market maker's pricing in a little more than that. Are you pooting? Yeah. I got out of the long side of my straddle, so that's cool. Straddles are the best. It's gonna be just another 40% on risk day. Then I can take all the money I made from straddling and blow it on 0 DTEs. Win or lose, I don't care. This is the secret, guys. The secret to beating the markets. You just take $116,000 to $120,000 and you buy an overnight straddle. Sell it perfectly at the top and the bottom. Boom. Free trip to Vegas. I'm only using 80K and it also works well. Yeah. Yeah, it does. I was saved by that dip 15 minutes before the bell. Should I take profits? 80% feels like I'm giving up. Although 90%. Here's what I'll do. 85, and then if it keeps dropping, I just make more money. How much theta do you buy for your straddles? Like 14 days. 10 to 14, depends. Sometimes less. If IV's low, less. He's 3K on 0 DTEs and it's not working. Why? I mean, actually, even 0 DTE straddles would work on days like this, where you like open up and crash down. Because I mean, they go in the money more than the premium cost. Although outside of periods like SLD or OPEX, you can't play that. That's a much riskier game. 6 hours of theta was not infinite. Little bounce here. Yes, bouncing on 40. Well, finding some support at 41.30. I don't want to say it's bouncing because there's not a lot of volume. Still looks overall pretty bearish. I think I'll not sell those. And then maybe I'll pick up some more puts here in a second. Let's see. 41.10s. If I can get them for $5, that's kind of cool. Maybe 550. Nope. You're holding any Tesla puts right now? A few, farther dated, but a couple. I guess not that far dated. But yeah, I have some 165s. VIX 18 is really a problem. Yeah, it is. Hmm. Nice. I am once again asking the 4120 calls to capitulate. I mean, we didn't bounce back to them. That's a good sign. VIX breaking 18 today would be nice. Now's its chance. To keep gains and keep exploring on my zero DTs on things like this, I'll set levels of stops. So like one stop be -7% of the value or half the position, another stop for like 15% for the rest. Okay. Yeah, that's a smart way to set up your stops, actually. I do that something similar pretty frequently. Scaling out. I can't believe it's been 8 months since this rugged Trojan horse penetrated my relationship. Rugged Trojan horse. The friendometer and I have found it in our heart to forgive you. Thank you so much, Rims and Tims. I don't know what I would have done had you not. I can finally cast off the guilt that has kept me from living to my fullest for so long. Thanks for all the wisdom and patience with us. So far this year, I've been 100% managing my IRA. I made more this year than ever. That's that's fucking awesome, dude. Well done. I think book entry is code for learning to read, but it's going over most of the sub's head. I believe that. How's OI looking? Any change at 4120? No. 4100 puts look insane. People are buying a lot of those. Mm, 1 minute starting to look pretty bearish. 5 and 15 continue to look pretty bearish. Ooh, call profitability is dying off today pretty hard. From 27 to 13 yesterday to 6 today. So slowly collapsing the profitability on the call side. That will encourage call selling more than anything. I mean, ES is moving towards 4125. I'd be careful. We're trading at 4127 right now, but we could find support at 4125, and maybe that's where our bounce would be. With those 4120s still in place, it's very easy for us to, like, on volume, to bounce up and over those calls. So watch out for that, especially if you're playing the intraday. Have some kind of stop to protect your profits. How do you know that the 4100 Ps aren't sold? Well, there's enough of them that they would have, if they were sold, they would have skewed the implied volatility a lot more at that strike. They don't appear to be sold. Some are, but most are not. All right. I've set stops. Hold on. I've set stops and got stopped twice, out twice over the last 5 trading days. Even with the stops, my portfolio is still up 30%. Dollar amount isn't huge, but I'm not willing to risk more. Thanks. That's awesome, Bear Case. I mean, that's 30% in 5 days is still really good. You know, don't forget that that compounds. Ah, you bitch. Not you. The market. Hmm. Maybe I can get better options here. I guess I'll just wait a little. Retest 4120. Maybe I can get these at 4030. I only sold one. Cool. $380. There it is for. All right. 2 years of preparation for the market crash. Time to make it happen. Thanks, Lost Souls. Appreciate it, man. How do you know the 4,100 rupees aren't sold? SEC ways new intraday margin call powers for clearinghouses. What mean? Ooh, cool. I made 120% on 0 DTE from those drops. I'm going back to sleep. Thank you for what you do. You got it, Marpo. Congrats, man. Things looking bearish. 4120Cs aren't getting wrecked. Are getting wrecked? Yeah, I mean, things are looking more bearish. I spoke earlier a little bit about the call profitability starting to slide off. 4,100 and 4075 are starting to accumulate a lot more put interest. The call side looks pretty weak, at least right now. The 4120 strike is selling off a little bit, but it's still just fucking massive. I mean, 31 million gamma for this Friday. It's a bit ridiculous. Hmm. 4,100 back to 245. Slightly weaker subsequent test of the same resistance on lower volume here. Is it too early to buy GME SLD puts to hedge? No, I don't think it's too early. If GME does not drop into SLD, is an OPEX run possible? Yes. An OPEX run's possible regardless of if it drops or not. A drop in shorting would raise my confidence that an OPEX was going to occur. They smoke VIX faster than Smooth smokes a blunt. Smooth hasn't been around in a long time. Or he is, but he's changed his name so many times. I don't know which idiot he is. TradingView mobile app should have a feature where you can display a ticker price on the screen when you're in other apps. Interesting. I think Google has that. Like Google Finance or something. I also made 120% from 0 DTs and I'm pretty much done. You were a gem. You were talking a lot of shit this morning, Dennis Ryan. Is it just me or does VIX data seem less fluid today? Today's the VIX expiration. So things can get a little weird. Should I just bail out of my upstart since I'm at my cost basis or continue to hold the bag? I don't really think upstart's a bag. But if you feel like it is, I mean, yeah, you should probably take steps to remediate that. WeBull can have a floating window in Android. Oh, okay. All I'm learning today is always hold your longer term options right to expiry on Hopium because it's what moves the market. NQ did not receive the SLD memo. It's down a little bit today. It bounces harder, but it's moved down a little since open. Thoughts on SPX holding 4,100 today? I'm considering degen things. Risky. I have Jimmy 24 CCs that expire this week. I'm thinking of picking up some calls around this strike to offset risk. Is that being too cautious at this time? 24 CCs. I'm thinking about picking up some calls to... Okay, so it's not overly cautious, but if you do that, you want to probably make sure that you have some theta on them in case GME like doesn't or it starts to go down. At what price would you roll your NVIDIA 295 300? I don't know. Probably if it tested 300. Did I buy calls? Ew. Okay. Well, that conditional order is dog shit. Yeah, I don't know. Probably like 300. Like if I hit risk, I would roll them. It's the beginning of SLD. How many of these have you been through? Fine. Thoughts on SPX holding under 4150 into Friday? That's more likely. Uh, Still dangerous, but more likely. Are 300 sold calls on NVIDIA still there? I thought we could drop by now. Yeah, there's still $300 sold calls. Last is the price the option was last sold at. So the last transaction on the option. Mark should be the same. Well, market's just the market price. So like the current, probably like the current mid. I don't know how your broker calculates it. Would you even worry about OPEX if you have June CCs already out? Unless we're into 2630, I think my June 18 CC are fine. If SLD gets low enough, I might roll and take a small profit. Probably not. No, I'm not particularly worried about any further dated GME calls. Although mine are out of the money for June 16th. If I were in the money, I don't know. I'm not sure how I'd feel about it. You might need more time at some point. Like if there is an OPEX run, GME may not drop enough by June SLD to get out of them. It should, but you may be a little higher. So you might have to roll out like an extra week or something like that. What day do you head out to Las Vegas for EDC? I told you that in confidence. How could you? What is the pickle song level on Upsquart? I don't know. What's it doing? Eh. Blowing off some covering, but I don't want to get rug pulled. I'm not going to play it. I'll probably sell some more covered calls this morning, and that's maybe about it. Once I confirm some like downside on the indexes, I'm gonna sell a lot more covered calls. Oh, fuck off. NVIDIA to 300. Oh, is it time for me to sell more bear call spreads? Moving pretty hard. That's what I like to hear out of you guys. I traded SPX 0 DCs this morning and made some money. Still trading at the upper resistance of my port. Hopefully, so we would break out to the upper 4,000 range within the next couple of weeks. Nice, man. NVIDIA just won't die. All I wanted is discounted RTX 4070 Ti. I see. Filling the rest of the gap on SPX happen in the morning session, or you think not till the afternoon? I don't know. This still looks moderately bearish. We'll probably get our next like leg down soonish. I want to say like it could be like 25 minutes or so. Ooh. It's gonna be like that. Yes. If you don't have upstart shares, would bear call spreads be worth it? Or just wait for it to drop below 13 and sell aggressive CSP? Bear call spreads are awesome if the IV is high enough. What's the IV look like for them? I mean, they're pretty decent. Even on the weeklies, I mean, you can get like a 10. eh. And you could even do like a 50-cent spread just to capture the IV crash. But yeah, even the weeklies don't look that bad. And next weeklies, you lose a little bit of IV, but they're not. Well, the credits are okay. They're better in the money. Like if I was selling beyond this week, I'd probably sell them in the money. Looks like 298 is this week's 290 for Nvidia. Maybe. I bought a couple puts at the top too. But no, I still haven't gotten a chance to dig into all the financials. So I bought some like June 16 puts at 210, 200. But that's all I have right now. Nothing further dated. Uh, 41.25 interest, but 41.20 is starting to lean a little put heavy on the intraday. 4100 still holding a lot of put interest. Tips are widening, but price is going up. How and why does that happen? That happens quite a lot, generally during FTDs or high amounts of internalization. Remember, internalization drains liquidity also. So in order to prevent Jamie from running as aggressively as the market, they internalize, right? Well, more aggressively, because Jamie's illiquid enough right now that it should have very positive beta, but it doesn't. Did someone try to correlate tips to price action? Oh, you sweet summer child. They did. You should remind them of what annoys you most about my indicators. I'll save that for our personal time. Hmm. Caught a bit at 41.35. Gross. More bullish bear flags. Oh, we'll see. All right. Are your SPX puts strictly for SLD plays? Do you hold any longer dated puts? Yes. Because the market seems to be pricing incorrectly. Yeah, I have. Aren't you a billionaire? I have my whole SPX position posted. Getting awfully close to GM on GME. Yeah, but still not there. Why would bulls try to hold calls through SLD instead of buying at the bottom? What's the logic? I'm trying to learn. They don't want the price to drop. They've sold obscene amounts of puts all over the chain. What are your thoughts on entering straddles at the peak of the day rather than end of day? I've been trying to do that so that VIX crushing doesn't affect them as much. That can help, but VIX is usually pretty low at end of day also. Or nearer the end of day, like before power hour. VIX is generally pretty low. Mm. Mm. 4,100 puts selling off. Just above fast gamma. A new order 50. SPX 72. I could still push above that though, right? Hmm. One second. Dow's up, bonds up, yields up. Dollar up. Interesting. What, fail? Oh, starting to fail. Hmm. Okay. Okay, I'm on 41.15. 41.20 is barely, yeah, 41.20 is barely moving. 4100, 40.90 sold puts. So selling puts at 40.90. Still haven't tested 41.40 yet. I feel like we need to before we can break down here. If we break down below 41.40 on futures, that's going to be really bearish. If we test it, though, I think we could see a breakdown. Yeah, lower high here is not good. Yeah, failed to test on both upside moves. Well, 41.38.75 is the peak right now. So it's still a little defended. We want to see a breakdown of 41.35 to confirm, though. All right. So Jimmy cap is 22.95 apparently. That's fun. Yeah, there's a lot of sold calls at 23, 24, and even way more at 25. Like 24 and 25 are pretty stacked with sold calls. 23 is a little bit, but it's still resistance, right? That's my secret. I'm only bullish on the 100-year. I'm not sure if it makes me feel scared or excited when I enter a 0DT on SPX, only to find out you're in the same position on your WeBull account. It should make you scared. We failing here? I don't know yet. It's not confirmed. Like I said, we want to break 41. We're testing 41.36 on futures. So yes, we've dropped down a point, but it's definitely not rejected fully yet. Are you gonna sell CCs if GME hits Gamma Max? I mean, I sold some for 25 for this Friday already. I really don't want to overexpose myself on covered calls before OPEX. Oh, a little bit of buy pressure there. Mm-hmm. 803 watching, 287 likes. Come on, chat. You're better than that. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. Thank you. When is the last time that GME was above Gamma Max on Friday, leading into an OPEX period? There have been a few. August 2022, probably the last one. The January like deferpex bullshit. I think it broke Gamma Max briefly. No, not March 22, August 22. Maybe I'm shadow banned because nobody likes the stream, Bob. You should use your School of Stocks channel to just stream the futures chart during market hours. Double up on YouTube income. Ooh, $80 a day. No, still not broken down. Although, maybe starting to get more. I really don't want to lean either way on this just yet. Just because it looks like it could take some time to break down. It might not, but like if a big future sell comes in, it'll break down really fast. But otherwise, it could take some time. And I still think there's enough interest at 41.40 that like they could still try to shoot for it. This is technically a good position to like 0 DTE straddle from, but uh, probably not worth the upside risk. $80 a day is way more compounded. Practice what you preach, Chief Pickle. Maybe. I'll think about it. I think I'll like buy a laptop. That's a pain in the ass. Does Zillionaires get you access to more infos, plays? I'm too much of a poor for Pigeon Whale. Yeah, it does. I mean, it gets you access to. It's not really about stock picks. They're like I put what I'm buying for the week up every week and kind of write a summary of each position, but I'd say it's more about the fact that you get exposure to a community of like-minded investors, and you can refine your own strategies, which is far more valuable. Do you know how many out of the money 0 DTE you can buy with $80? How far out of the money? I love when I lose a bunch of money and then make it back. That's... Yeah, actually. You ever have one of those days, Dork, where you just like, oh, Purple Pickle Man, thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Also, less whining in Zillionaire's Discord. True. Although, still a lot of it, but less. Thank you, Carl. We're degenerates, don't listen to him. It's getting better. Holy Mother of Allah, we will fund the laptop, you frugal man. Why don't you guys just pay for fucking futures data, man? Unrealistic far the home runs, but if you hit it, you'll make back the losses. Yeah, I've had one of those days where, oh, thank you, Purple Pickle Man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll add you to the country club. Fuck you, Dork. No, just like one of those days where you trade all day and you make like $3. I think on those days I'm happiest. Because I didn't lose money, right? But I fought the good fight. There should be a meme for that. Burning thousands in settled cash for $1. Yeah, right? I used to have more of those days. I miss them. Now I lose like $5,000 on 0 DTs and I'm like, well, I've got to sell some GME covered calls. It doesn't have the same feel to it, you know? I made like $700, set stops once I was up 70% and walked away to get coffee and schedule meetings. Nice, man. Good job, Carl. Thanks, amigos. I've been here for almost 2 years and found a way to get away from most of the pores. Next stop, Pigeon Whale. Fucking A, man. That's awesome. Don't become a degenerate overnight. And don't listen to Bob. He's an idiot. These flat piece of shit days suck balls. Yeah, I know. I frequently wish I'd closed before 10:30. Usually that's when I'm up the most, and then I have to fight the rest of the day to get it back. Just stop trading after 10:30. Like whatever trades you have open at 10:30, close everything, right? You can, I mean, set rules for yourself like that, test them, see if they work for you. That's that's a pretty important part of the process. Some people are very good at trading like volume. Some people are, good at trading stagnation. If you're profitable when there's a lot of volume and high volatility, maybe those are the things that you should focus on trading. But I do pay for futures data. That's not the point, you son of a woman. I'm confused. What's the point? What I need to do is just create a new channel that's not shadow banned. And then hopefully Superstock doesn't know about its existence. Try trading with a butt plug in, nipple clamps on, etc. Exactly, Fluffy. You never know what's going to give you that edge. They canceled the PvE and story mode for Overwatch. Another L for Blizzard. You guys remember my buddy I told you about who like trades SPY on his phone all day? And just like flips in and out of intraday straddles? He can't trade unless he's laying on his couch. It's fucking ridiculous and insanely stupid. But unless he's laying down on his couch, he just loses money. Oh no, the two people that play PvE and story and Overwatch are going to be super upset. About what? Are we finally breaking down? A little bit. A little bit at a time. We're still at 41.36 on futures. So we haven't confirmed the breakdown. Don't worry, I'll let everyone know. There's a purple line there. That should help you out. Was he trading based off VWAP or something? I think he uses like 3.8 EMAs. Or no, he uses 3.8 WMAs. Even more lagging. He's an idiot. Don't get me wrong. The guy trades 8 hours a day for like $500 a day. But he's very consistent. He's also a miserable cunt, but... And that's why his girlfriend left him. Both his girlfriends left him. $500 per 8 hours is amazing in my book. That's like a shitty job. That's a less than $100 an hour job. Stop sleeping with his girlfriends. Well, so anyway, are you talking about Skono? I haven't seen that guy in a minute. No, I'm not. What's up, Nautical? Dude makes 120K a year from his couch. Yeah, but he's miserable. The majority of your viewers do not make $100 an hour. Get better. I made $1,200 on 2 out of the money 0 DTEs this morning. I'm already covered for the next 12 hours. Starting to get a feel for our strategy. Each day, one of the mega caps has been moving up, regardless of SPX. Each breakdown of SPX, I get calls on whatever one it is, and then the SPX recovers, it rockets. That works for now. Careful with that, though, because if the market starts to break down over a longer period of time, instead of just having a V-shaped recovery every day, you can get burned. I guess if you set your risk though, you'll be fine. But just make sure you have a defined risk. Well, at least he doesn't borrow money from you and lose a house to you because he doesn't pay it back. Yeah. Yeah, he hasn't done that. He I think he owns his house. It's like it's not a very nice couch. He has kind of a Spartan layout. I saw him like last week. He's been indoors too much. I can say the same. I'm quite pale right now myself. Studio pallor. I need to go on tour. When outdoor stream, it's fucking gross out right now. It's a Spartan layout. Like minimalist? Yeah. I think he has an IKEA couch. It's not the best couch. Since I have forgiven you, are you down to meet me in a dark alley around midnight in DC? Just make sure to come alone. See, now it's starting to sound less like forgiveness. I will, but I'm gonna leave all my brokerage passwords at home instead of keeping them in my wallet where I normally do. I'm just like SEX straddles the one DTEs, not as profitable or as risky as before the haircut. Yeah, the price action's toned down a little bit, but today was good, right? Today and yesterday were both really good for straddles. Still testing 41.35. I have an IKEA couch and I hate it. That's fair. I have some 4100 Ps for Friday already up. Time to panic and sell. Probably. We know your password is jpaw1234. Who told you? Um, Middle Eastern food in the city? What the fuck is the name of that place? You going into Manhattan? Also, what kind of Middle Eastern food? Turkish, Persian, Lebanese? I guess that would be considered Mediterranean. I traded from the pool yesterday. Did I miss out on any money? I, I don't I don't know. Does your cat try to trip you? Yes, constantly. Although he's learning that I don't have an easy time stopping my forward momentum. Manhattan, my girl wants to go to the museum. Hmm. You could try Ravag on it's on Madison. It's RAVAGH. They've got kebabs. Don't go to halal, guys. My wife calls me an ogre for almost tripping on my cat. I don't have a wife. Ha. Do you have to wait until next earnings before BTU goes up again? I fucking hope so. I do not make Persian food at home, and nor do I have any Persian family recipes. I'm not Persian. Is this week something like Feb OPEX where it doesn't drop until Friday? Maybe. Thursday? Didn't Feb drop on Feb dropped on Thursday? Will GME ever go down to 15 again? I don't know. What do you think? Share offering at earnings? Or the shareholders meeting? This is the best time to offer shares when your shareholders are all in one place. Oh, we're trying to test 4140 again. This is exciting. Hmm. Yep, there we go. Tested. Oh, fucking boring. It's not a leading indicator. It's just an indicator. It's more about futures can define trading ranges for SPX. Also, futures has volume, which helps. So I admit it. I shorted Upstart near the money and chose leverage over theta. Am I fucked? Probably not. How near the money? Like, did you short it near the money here, or did you short it near the money here? There's a big difference. Nobody can afford the houses we have. We should build more. We should. What upside range here, you think? I think it depends on futures. If it breaks up or fails to break up. It's still just sitting at 4140. Did futures leave behind a gap this morning? Hmm. We tested 4150, failed, failing more. Some sellers coming in. More sellers. A lot more sellers. Awkward. Forty-one 36.29 in the cards for SPX. Or we ain't going that high. 41.36 on SPX. That's kind of a stretch now. Feels like a bit of a stretch. There's not like a ton of call interest over 41.30. And even some of that's starting to break down now. Gap there? Oh. SPX gaps aren't that important. They're kind of important on the intraday or if they're huge, but that's not a very big gap, right? It's only like a couple bucks. It's less than $1? Wow. I wondered if there was a futures gap, like something for like the futures buyers to push towards, but there's not. There is a futures gap to the downside. I think. Is that a gap? Hold on. Yeah, there's like I think there's a small gap. Maybe not. Here at 41.29.50. Oh. Nope, still not below 41.35. Although volatility should be picking up a little bit here. Oh, okay. What's the 1-day VIX looking like? Where did that go? Still pretty flat. There is? Oh, there is a downside gap on futures? Upside gap from Monday, May 15th. 41.35.50, 41.53.75. Oh, yeah. It still hasn't filled. I thought that filled overnight. $41.53.50. Interesting. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna fill that one anytime soon. I also don't think a 25-cent gap on the 32nd is gonna matter a lot. Like, it's just one tick, right? We're starting to get rejected on the hourly now. Jimmy's biggest gains have been FTD wind downs. Can the dates be off? I don't think so. We still have FTDs today. They're not very high, but I mean, if the market's going to move up, it's going to pressure them. Jimmy's pretty illiquid, and the market's moved up mostly since open, right? So, like, this kind of shit pressures it a lot. And then they have internalization they have to cover from trying to keep it from running, right? So if a drop like happens and it's not sustained, there's not enough active fund liquidity for them to offset their internalization. Did Jimmy hit GM? Nope. Just missed. I think it just missed. No, it did. It tapped it. 23.11. Which one was 20? What's Upstart? Upstart's also 2311? That's fucking weird. Okay. I guess I'm going to sell some more covered calls for this Friday. It's the convergence. What is? What's up, Bot Wiki Cream? How you doing, man? Oh, this is so fucking boring. Holy shit. Dixie up 40 BPS today? Biden speaking? Oh, fuck me. About what? Is he talking about the debt ceiling? Helicopters? Yeah, maybe we should watch. Can everyone keep their shit together for 15 fucking minutes? Turver, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. These cockbags will pull the same shit they've been pulling all week. Action in the morning session, flat until 2, break up, drop it hard in the last 5 minutes. Nothing to see here, folks. So leave.
Proud of the progress my administration has made. We reduced the deficit in the first 2 years by $1.7 trillion in the first 2 years. And I propose the budget will reduce another $3 trillion over the next decade. That includes more revenue by asking the wealthy and large corporations to begin to pay their fair share and cutting...
Moderator Pizza Fun. Thanks 1 second, guy.
Yesterday, we all agreed that both the Speaker McCarthy and I would designate senior members that we would negotiate to give our authority to make agreements in detail what we wanted. So we narrowed the group. To meet and hammer out our differences. And we've done that. In fact, they met last night, and they're going to be meeting again today. and I'll be in constant contact with my team while I'm at the G7, and I'll be in close touch with Speaker McCarthy and other leaders as well. Now, what I have done, in anticipation that we won't get it all done till I get back, is I've cut my trip short in order to be for the final negotiations and sign the deal with the majority leader. I made clear that, and I'll say it again, America is not a deadbeat nation. We pay our bills. The nation has never defaulted on its debt, and it never will. And we're going to continue these discussions with congressional leaders in the coming days until we reach an agreement, and I'll have more to say about that on Sunday when I have a press conference on this issue. As it stands now, the intention is to go to the G7, be back here on Sunday, hold a press conference, and in the meantime, I've spoken to the Australian leader Albanese, and I'm going to be seeing him at the G7. He'll be there as well, along with the Indian Prime Minister and along with the Japanese as well. So the Quad members will be there. We'll get a chance to talk separately at the meeting, but it's unlikely I'm going to be going on to Australia. So thank you very much.
Mr. President, what about work requirements specifically are you still considering? It sounds like it's still on the table and you haven't ruled it out. Which would you be willing to accept?
Well, I'm not going to accept any work requirements that's going to impact on medical health needs of people. I'm not going to accept any work requirements that go much beyond what is already. I voted years ago for the work requirements that exist. But it's possible there could be a few others, but not anything of any consequence. Thank you.
What message does this send to PNG and to Australia? I know that it was important to you to focus on Asia in this trip, but this is having to be put aside. Is this almost a win for China?
No, because we're still meeting. We still have 4 good allies.
Will you be announcing new sanctions on Russia during the G7?
With President Xi soon, sir?
Whether it's soon or not, we will be meeting.
You will be meeting or you will be speaking?
That was it. Epic. All right, well, that was super informative. Confidence inspiring. Dork, you ready to default on some debt? I mean, these guys don't understand. I mean, I think they do. I think there's just too much. There's gonna be too much disparity in what each party wants. Oh fuck, walk-in relegated to only Ko-Fi? The gang defaults on its debt. Walking relegated to Ko-Fi that Gherk won't read. I mean, he just wants to be heard, right? He doesn't care if I read it. He's that type of person. It's just loud. Loud and generally incorrect. I've been gone for a couple months, but finally got my capital up and I'm back. GME to $50 and Upstart to 35, right? Oh boy. That's a very ambitious take. Welcome back, Tarnished Dan. It's good to see you again, dude. Congress is so patriotic, defaulting on debt and solidarity with the citizens it represents. 80% on that pump? I only picked up like 40% on the calls. Unfortunately. But I just got in and out of them really fast. Man, that fucking gap down kind of hard. Market needs to price in more risk of a debt default. Things are getting spicy. McCarthy's saying other stuff now. You guys really know how to do politics. Yeah, they're all a bunch of useless twats. Never again, Tim Timmery. Unless YouTube fixes that thing. I didn't switch over to YouTube for the Biden speech. What did he say? Nothing. He did some things and they did some things and those things didn't agree. Here's the deal. I don't want the power, but you must mod me so that Carl can never taint me again. I don't want to withhold feet pics, but we're getting close to that point. Alright, JT Acula, here's the deal. I have an agreement in place already with Carl that he can taint you, see, as much as he likes. Specifically you. We had a meeting about it. I've missed a few days while I've been migrating. Do you actually think that we're at risk of defaulting? There's no way. There is some risk. I mean, not a lot of risk is priced in right now, but I mean, more risk is priced into a default now than has been since 2008. I think the 1 year CDS is like pricing in a 1.5 chance, 1.6 chance of default, and the 5 years pricing in what, 0.8, something like that. I don't know. I only have like the day before his data. But the treasury is a bit slimmer, I think, on their budget than Yellen anticipated. Also, the treasury is so fucking broke that even if they do pass an extension or raise the ceiling, we're looking at, you know, a significant amount of security sold by the treasury, which is going to increase yields. I mean, depending on which maturity is sold, but yeah, I mean, which is, it's almost in effect quantitative tightening. How many houses are you making the government give you before you loan them money? I wish I had that kind of money. There's nothing better than loan sharking governments. I responded to your response last night. It's still not quantitative tightening, though, because it's fiscal, not monetary policy. It's important to make that distinction. When you say increase yields, do you mean drop bond prices? Yeah. Future's about to go test 4140 for the 69th time today. Already done, man. Already tested. Yeah, I know. The Treasury selling more is basically a backstop for the USA and the Fed. Yeah. Bullish on BTC if we default? Probably not, but gold more than BTC, but is responding to your response same like touching tips? It can be, yeah. Man, some of these call buyers really fucked that window. Jesus, SPX looks bearish. Does it? Further out, yeah. I think this like little relief rally here is about done. Once he's, I can only assume straddles. Yeah, price action looks like it at least. I closed my Nvidia puts at a loss. Quitter. 2 years ago, I was trading at a level of a 7-year-old. Today, I'm at least 7.5. Thanks for all you do. Also, it's not a race, right? Nope. It's a marathon. Everyone gets a prize. No, I'm just kidding. That's not true. Most people lose their money. So futures go up now after bouncing off support. This is like the fourth bounce off support. Being bullish on gold derivatives, same if not worse than BTC. At least BTC can be held in a cold wallet. P.S. I don't care about BTC, I just have Mara calls. Okay. Your fucking cold wallet full of BTC is useless if the world's economies collapse. Given that we have 10 trading days until the debt defaults, how much pricing in needs to occur? I mean, every day more. I mean, the risk goes up every day it remains unresolved. Also, I'm going to restate that I don't think that their current estimate of June 1st is accurate. But they'll use that as a political card too, right? They'll be like, ah, surprise, we ran out of money early. You guys need to do something right now. As in, too optimistic? Yeah, I think so. Serious question, if the world collapses, how do you withdraw money from failed brokerages? You don't? You don't care? You're about 15 minutes behind, Andy Ramsden. You have delayed data. ES is currently trading at 41.40. Should ES drop some as they price it in? Yeah. Yeah, the longer the I don't think we're gonna default, right? I think everything will be brought to bear in order to prevent a default. But the longer we go without coming to a resolution here, because the treasury balance is so low, the more market participants need to price in the risk of default. I mean, if we default, the U.S. credit rating could drop. Yeah. Any good cannibal parmesan recipes for after the world collapses? I mean, just veal, but different, right? I don't think we need to turn to cannibalism so quickly. Fluffy. There's plenty of animals still. Defaulting is fun. It will never happen, probably. I mean, it probably won't. It's very extreme, but the risk of it happening has to be accounted for. Also, raising the debt ceiling, isn't actually bullish, right? Because it means the Treasury is going to sell a bunch of fucking securities and spike yields. And the 5-year already outperforms Nvidia's returns for the next 5 years. If the 5-year moves up to like 10%, let me tell you who's selling all their equities. Fluffy's a cat. Fluffy meant eating cats. That's prey mentality, Gork. On the 20th, ES had a gap at 41.71. After we closed it, we gapped down 40 points in 1 hour. Yeah, I remember. Now that we've settled out from that speech, are we just going to sit here at 41.27? Possibly. We're still doing upward consolidation. Eating animals reduces the natural resources that we need. Eating each other reduces competition for those resources. All right, that's fair. I just feel like it's a big leap to go from right to cannibalism. You know, just I feel like some people are just too willing to bridge that gap. You only need a plan to survive the first 90 days of a grid down scenario. After that, most people will be dead and you can have their stuff. Yep, that's my plan. I'm gonna wait till the people with guns shoot each other and then go get their guns. It's clearly the environmental choice. This is a modest proposal. Are we really gonna have to worry about emissions, though? You will need a gun for days 0 to 90. No, I don't. My freezer is well stocked. I do like all this cannibalism talk. It makes me feel like being in a cult isn't out of the question. Thanks for the fun. Thanks, Acer. What's this? The ticker for this 1-day VIX you speak of? Thank you. It's VIX 1D. Hmm. Yeah, that's a little cheaper than what the VIX was pricing in, right? Hmm. Any ideas why Upstart is up 10% today? It went over $20. It's got a lot of calls. The important thing to have a hand grinder, stovetop percolator, and enough coffee beans, water to last 90 days. Maybe a gun to protect all that. I have like a steel security door. No one's gonna bother. Also, I'm pretty sure that guy that down the hall from me owns guns. I'd probably just ask him for one. I think go sideways, you have to worry about all the power, chemical, and industrial plants, storage facilities that are no longer maintained. Probably want to get away from those, yeah. Yeah, but I only share walls with the cat lady, so first and only mistake. You were shot and now he has your freezers. No, that guy loves me. I don't know why, but he does. Nobody's gonna chance taking the lift to get to you. Yep, it's true. Still a little more upside here. Maybe we, maybe NW. There's some 40-35 calls out. There's not a ton of them yet, but there's more. Closer we to resistance here. 41.40. No, I don't usually trade UVXY. Is 34 possible for GME this month and OPEX? No. Do you ever use UVXY for cover calls? Okay. Do you think SPX stays up this SLD? It's still very. This is only the first of 3 days. Pulte DRS? Who gives a fuck? The dude has less shares than most people on Superstonk. You didn't call anything. And SLD still occurred. We went down 132 basis points. It wasn't huge, but it still occurred. All right, small profits, but I'm okay with that. At least I protected the upside. So futures rejected sub 4150, 4147.75. Are you a shill? Absolutely. VIX one day trying to move up. VIX trying to break below 17. All SPX puts need is for those 4120Cs to capitulate. Well, they're pretty profitable right now. Ken Griffin eats corn long ways. Also win Tesla rug pull. It's getting close to resistance again. Hold on. 40. Look to 4175. 4170. Yeah, like 4175.50 is resistance. Still a few more minutes here. Does VIX one day have any pricing impact on options chain like VIX does? Yeah. $41.20p 0 DT. Maybe slowly. I'd still be concerned with a possible test of 4150 on futures. We're so close. I mean, like we're struggling with 4145, but if they keep just like grinding up, there's some risk there. Actually, let me say this differently. Sorry for being brash. Good morning. Thanks for what you do. I'm just mentioning some smudgery with our normal structure as of late. Apologies. What's smudgery? You're being intentionally vague because I think you don't know what you're talking about. A teeny tiny head and shoulders? Yeah, it is. It is a teeny tiny head and shoulders. I'm very bullish copper long term, but recently seems weak. Do you see potential weakness in copper over the next few months? If so, good time to add exposure. That'll depend on the commodities market. I mean, we could see additional weakness in copper because manufacturing is declining, and so demand is dropping off, which is generally a good time to pick up exposure to commodities. We're in that part of the bullwhip. We may not have seen the peak of it yet, but we're definitely in it. So yeah, I mean it's a good time to consider adding commodities exposure. Because if we get like like a hot commodities market or like a super cycle, whew, there's a lot of money to be made there. Well, that's not a productive conversation. I was reaching out there. I don't care. Why did RC move SLD? I was promised downside, yet SPX puts and GME cover calls are seeing the Titanic. It's the first day of SLD. Is this going to go on? Because I'll just come back on Monday. It's much better for my own sanity to not have to listen to this shit for 3 days. Well, then it sounds like you've answered your own question, Sisyphus. Stop trying to get me to be your fucking investment advisor. Just block chat? Ooh. I love that it's expanded from win OPEX. They're just events, right? They happen every time. Whether you make money on them or not, they still occur. YouTube blocks turd. Okay. Wait, like turd ferg, or are you just typing the word turd? You're being a turd. You just say vague shit like, I don't think SLD will happen. Of course SLD is going to happen. It happens on a fucking schedule. Whether the market drops or not is none of my concern. And the market dropped. It didn't drop as much as you wanted to, but it still dropped. I can't outline expectations any more than I already have. I didn't say that. I just said last month was weak and delayed. No, you said you predicted no SLD happening, but SLD still happened. You're like fucking almost as bad as walking. I come from a long line of turds. I ask you not to disparage my family. Tesla falling, Nvidia pumping. Who will push the market? We'll find out. Looking more bearish now? Just flat. What's up with SPX consolidation over the past month? What's the market waiting for? Bets on first ever default are highest in history, yet SPX is at highest in the past year, besides August 22. No, it's lower than it was in February of 22 also. Squeaky little duck. Scented liquid detergent. SPX moves up, I make money. SPX moves down, I make money. It's that simple. Just don't full port in one direction. Seriously. BTU looks cheap as fuck here. It's pretty fucking cheap. Or 23. Sorry, Feb 23. No, it was higher in Feb 22 also. But Feb 23 was also higher than it is now. Both statements are true. That's my secret. I'm always in a super leveraged degeneracy period. Do you think we're done with SLD drops? Seems like those 4120s would want to get out, probably. It's a good opportunity. Unless they think they can make even more money. Unless we break down below 4135, we can still test 4150. Oh boy, the broker public is going to integrate with Chat GPT so that users can ask it for financial advice. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, that's going to be fun. I can't wait until everybody makes all their investment decisions based on purely on AI. The market's going to become so easy to play. I don't mean a different day or two higher. I mean, on average, besides August 22 blip, 4150 has been the top range for the past year. Yeah, 4150 is like just overvalued, right? It's already so overvalued that nobody really wants to buy it any higher. I mean, August was only higher for a few days. Like a couple, what was it, like a couple of weeks? And we were trading in a higher range back then, too. Thanks, newbie trader. I'm doing all right. I love to go hello liquid. Oh man, options chain with ridiculous spread and next to no OI and zero volume, and sticking with my one contract hat in the ring, 5 cents above the bid. It is how you roll. Do you buy your straddles at the money? Yeah. Sometimes I end up in a strangle. Like if I enter half the straddle and the market moves really hard immediately and I can't get the other half. But usually I'm pretty good about nailing it. You don't always get it. Sometimes you'll have like a $5 spread, which is a little shittier. The returns aren't as good. What's the market waiting for? Everyone to sell the top? Are these SPY calls gonna print? It doesn't look like it. Tax return gambling, Dan. It looks like we're trading flat at 41.30. Calls are risky, and they're not profitable because the fucking VIX drops. So you buy calls when IV spikes, and then you have to like it's really hard to scalp out of the money ones. Like if you don't buy at the money calls, you got a week? Okay. Well, good luck with that. I think you mean everyone else to buy the top. Same thing. I know I'm gonna sound crazy saying this, but gap theory is actually pretty good on the 5-second. You can't profit on it, but it's interesting to watch the fight to fill tiny 2-cent gaps. I think gaps are more and more relevant the shorter time frame you're looking at. We still have an intraday gap to the downside, right? Or did we fill all of it? No, we still have one. We've moved awfully far away from it too. Is there any reason not to wait for the final day to roll CCs? If you're in the money, you may get assigned early. The only thing I care about today, honestly, is not having to roll my 41, 45, 41, 50 bear call spreads. If we can just dodge that all day, I'm very happy. Also, Nvidia needs to stay below 305. What's Nvidia at? I know it's probably being a little bitch. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's fine. What's your Lily risk level? What's my total position on it? I have some in this account too, right? It's like 3,000s. It's 12,000. It's probably like 50%. You mean price? Like 450. Yeah, 450. Me too, 4150, 4155. It's a little safer. Thoughts on Moss? Seems cheap. Didn't I already do a write-up on it? It is cheap. It's cheaper than my buy-in level. They're still experiencing some earnings contraction due to the year-over-year. Go fucking pick your own stocks, Sisyphus. Don't ask me about every stock in your portfolio or everyone you want to buy. I told you, I'm not going to be your financial advisor. It's 7 minutes before close, we tank. Could be sooner than that. I want to say retests. But maybe we don't even get that. Just buy a big block of futures. Hit 41.50. And we can move on with the day. I'm thinking of waiting to go long on Nvidia until it confirms a $300 upside. As my financial advisor, good idea. Buying Nvidia at 300 seems like the best play anybody could ever make. Do you think they'll let Upstart cross $25 with 20k calls sitting there? Probably not. I help build the marketing materials for MOS. Based on how they want to advertise to farmers, I would not buy that company. Do they really even need to advertise? What factors go into early assignment for CCs? I'm towing the line with hanging on to some 519s for Jimmy. Is it in the money? That's the factor that goes in that's accounted for early assignment. You could get assigned today. But if you get assigned today and then it dropped tomorrow, isn't that awesome? Hmm. Still want to see one more push up. A little bit. Like they're trying so hard for it, right? Should I buy calls again? Hmm. It's so risky. Less 0 DTE interest there. Hmm. Well, I bought calls before. I guess I could buy a couple more. Yeah. If you get a better entry on them, though. Maybe not. Oh, there we go. VIX is climbing a little bit. What's the good news today? There isn't any. It looks bearish, which means it's bullish. I think there's like one more push up before any of this like they're fighting too hard, right, to fail at this point. A bank hasn't failed yet today. Woo. The good news is that I sold GME when it was trading at 23.20. Nice. Yeah, I got a few at the top there. That was pretty cool. I like seeing Amazon below yesterday's high. Me too. I need Amazon to close the week below 112. Or no, 113. Otherwise my credit spread's gonna turn into a debit spread. Thoughts on shorting KRE on this bounce? I mean, what time horizon though? The Fed meeting? Maybe we should take a little more risk with these, just in case things get volatile here. I think I'm okay with losing the extra couple cents, yeah. This is the time, right? Stop loss the puts and then try to pump it. If this works out, I should be able to sell the calls profitably and then buy more 4110s. They so badly want to get that little ES gap, fighting for their lives to not let it get away from them again. I mean, at this point, I don't really think they're aiming so much for the gap as they are just 4150. Better question is, why is Upstart over $20 today and not yesterday T5? I don't know. Market's doing a lot better today. Yesterday we trended down most of the day. So having the upward pressure helps. Also, once it broke 20, I mean, there's a lot of hedging, right? I feel regional banks are most exposed and will start to domino. I mean, they are, but they've already started to do that. I feel like that analysis would have been more useful 2 months ago. Today's T+2 from the Monday run on Upstart. Okay, yeah. Could be a little bit of that. I don't think there's a lot because not a lot of strikes went in the money. So there shouldn't be a ton of carryover. Vic's still tickling up. Yeah, it is. I mean, if bulls want to push for like 4140, 4136, this is the time to do it, right? Like this is their opportunity. Otherwise, puts are cheap and accumulation's gonna happen and they're gonna lose more ground. So I think we get a little more volatile here in a bit. That's why I want to catch this KRE bounce with more regional banks dropping. But the rest of the regional banks have less maturity exposure. Like, so, like, their duration risk is not nearly as high as the ones that have already failed. So it's possible that by trying to catch the bounce in KRE, that you end up having to hold that position until, we start to see a significant decline in like CMBS or MBS. Because that's like the next layer of liquidity risk, right? Floating rate risk from the treasury, but you're still looking at a few months. What probability do you give to breaking up and above and staying above 4150? That's pretty unlikely. Have 4100p sold off yet? Not a lot, no. A little? I mean, interest is probably about half of what it was this morning, but a lot of that was just on the back of the profit taking. CMBS is going to take some time. I mean, CMBS is probably going to be faster than MBS. KRE long dated bear call. That might be okay. That's a lot of fucking margin to hold though. Maybe bear put. Because if you got to carry it for 2 years, that's you're giving up a lot of percentage to your cost to carry. Yeah, and you get better IV exposure. Ugh. Oop. Yeah, I think futures needs to break up here and hit 4150, or it's just gonna fail. Like, I think if this breakout fails, it's kind of, especially if it gets a lower high, that might be the end of the juice. Volume's already like next to nothing. $65 too cheap. Let's see, it's a $7 breakout. Let's put those. 30 cents. What if ES pushes 4170 for no reason? Like 4175? I'd be really surprised. There's so many sold calls up there. Well, it's over for the hedgies now. Pulte DRS. Jesus fucking Christ. I could care less. Thanks, Blue Bananas. Hey, look, your call is green. Getting close. Do I want to play the upside on that and the market, or just play the market? This is a ghost of price discovery and equity sold, not yet sold. They're holding me hostage. They killed me back in February, and they won't let you see what they did to me. Send help. Okay, equity markets. Thank you. You could care less. Personally, I couldn't care less. That's a hot take. I've got so many straddles out, I don't even know which way I want the SPX to move anymore. Yeah, fortunately, I'm not carrying like a giant bag of old straddles anymore, but I know that feeling. You keep a wide stop on hedge calls in this situation. I had it wider before, but I've tightened it up since we bounced. I think I'm past the point of stop loss hunting. Like the shot at volatility was back here at the bottom, right? So if they were gonna stop me out of them, that would have been the time. Maybe I feel like it's kind of greedy to try to buy these for 60 cents. Maybe. How many straddles do you usually have open? I mean, generally one. Sometimes the like opposing legs get kind of left over for a few days, but usually, as long as we haven't moved into another range, I'll keep them open. All right, there's the test. Right? Nope, still not at 4150. The SPX moving harder than futures right now? A little bit. Getting kind of close there. Okay, I'll move this up now. It's profitable. So these intradays. Thanks for all you do, Pickle Man. No problem, dude. Thanks, Bot Wookie Cream. Yeah, so give me a second and I'll address that a little further, Tyler, but it's an important aspect of at least the strategy I use to straddle. I just need to pay attention to a couple of things here. Okay, those filled at 60 cents. That wasn't greedy at all, apparently. Yes, still not at 40.50. Just shy. Still 2 ticks off. I don't want to get too close. There we go. That's the test. Let's see if Varex gets his gap fill. This time I would like to remind people that the $1,300 you have on 0DT 4115 are already paid for by the $25,000 in credit spreads you sold at 4150 today. Shh. I mean, they were paid for by the 0DT puts I bought this morning. Also, those are 4110s. Yep, gap filled. No, it's not. Gap's not filled. 4150, 50's tested, gap's not filled. Oh, you mean the SPX gap? Yeah, SPX gap's filled. Sorry. Is that the only one? There's another one, right? 47, 147, 149. That seems less likely. We've gotten rejected there a few times. Futures gap still a couple dollars off. Getting close. Almost there. I could have been about 10 cents greedier with the extra buy-in on the 4110s. Fret not, good folk of the markets. I have returned to burn these prices as I burned the savannah. I have heard your cries and I have listened. The end is nigh, but if you guys could just get them to stop buying futures, that'd be a huge help. I'll wait. Ah. Alright, well, I'm stopped out. That was pretty good, though. That was a decent hedge. Futures gap still not filled, though. The market is refusing to price in debt ceiling risk, yet it will go straight up when they announce a deal. Probably, yeah. I'd imagine initially it could. You see 4110 today? We'll see if this breaks down. I don't know if we'll hit 4110, but I think a return to 4120 is not out of the question, which is, I think, all my puts care about. Would now be a crazy time to sell CCs on GME? I sold some earlier. Just out of the money for this Friday. I'm not gonna sell them through OPEX, but yeah, this is still lower than our Monday high. I wonder how important that variance is, because this isn't filling that futures gap. I think it's 41.5350 is where the gap is. I think it's just like one tick. It's like 41.5350 to 41.5375. Did you get anything for those CCs? Like 12, 13 bucks. Something like that. Not a ton. No, still not filled. 4 ticks higher for it to fill. Well, they hit my limit buy. I'm a proud renter of SPY 4110 0 DTEs. The cost basis of 12 cents. Oh, SPY. Because my 526s look sad. Good thing my call hedge 2x this AM. Nice. What makes you so bullish on Moss? I'm not like irrationally bullish on it. I just think it's a little undervalued. I think it's a decent long-term buy and hold. I think my biggest issue recently is that I take profits on puts, but not my calls. If we drop, I know we will bounce, but if we run, we might just not stop. 0 DTE pumps have ruined my psyche. I mean, just don't be greedy. I think the answer to that's like, don't be greedy. Who gives a shit? Like, if you make 50% on calls instead of 100%, you still made money on calls. Oh, SPY, lol. 30% per trade is still 30%. There it is, gap filled. Can you go over why you think a more dumb bull won't keep buying my garbage? It's worked out great for quite some time. It's like you can't ban him. It's the worst. A bunch of sellers waiting between 41.53 and 41.55. Yeah. Looks like they got fucked a little bit. It's probably close to the top. Let me see. 41.50. Okay, so 41.30, 41.25 selling off. Dun, 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 dun. Doop. SPX gaps filled. Any other gaps worth hitting while we're here? There's one more on. Oh no, we filled that, right? I think we filled that one. Or that was already filled. There's one gap at 41.60, 65. I think there's a gap at 46. Maybe it's on the 1 minute. Give me a second. I gotta go look at a different chart. That one I don't think we fill. 40, maybe 47, 47, 49, 40, 41, 47, 41, 49. That's SPX though. On ES or SPX? SPX. What the fuck is going on? Pumpies. Are there red flags you would point out for a port manager or indicator if you're a normal investor with basic knowledge that would make you take the port on yourself? Wait, what? Like how to assess a portfolio manager? Is that what you're asking me? I'm not sure what you mean. There's a gap on SPY daily at 415. Yeah, I think that's the same gap, Doric. The SPX 4149 gap and the SPY 4115. Those are pretty much the same. If you heard a port manager say something that would make you stay away, what would some of those things be? I don't really know how to answer that question. Will we even get dumpies into end of day? We'll find out. I mean, like, I don't spend a lot of time talking to like financial advisors. Those people are, no offense, poopy pants, mostly useless. And they took like a fucking bachelor's class in like portfolio management and how to buy bonds. He mentions DRS. There's no consolidation, just up. It's crazy. It's interesting. Hmm. Yeah, this doesn't look sustainable. What happens when the buying stops? Where do we go? Well, they're damn sure going to start selling their equities at the very top, huh? Pump before the dump? Last gap's about to fill on SPX. Well, the last gap within like $15. It's really fucking weird. Hmm. No, there's no breakdown in the volume trend just yet. Buying stops, believe it or not, bullish. SPX has been trading in a channel for so long, people are shocked to see a trend. It's still in the same channel. Yeah, oil ripped pretty hard. 300 BPS. Yeah, VIX is popping a little bit, but it needs to gain some traction still. Did Biden save the market? I didn't hear him say anything. Hmm. What was gamma neutral at today? 41.59. Last week's high was 41.54.28. 47. Oh, we still haven't filled the gap? We're still like 30 cents short. Doesn't it just display the fucking gap across the entire time frame? 41, 48, 87, 41, 49, 18. Hold on. That's interesting. NVIDIA not breaking. You'd think NVIDIA would break 300 here. I need to sell some Upstart covered calls right now. On Sunday, he's going to say that we experienced a mild recession the last 12 months and has since been resolved. Bull market for 13 years. Check DM. It's gonna be funny if they don't fill the gap, right? But this is the same thing they did with the 4100s in February. Like, zoom out and scroll back and look. They did the exact same fucking thing. They pulled, and then they pulled the call position at the top, and the market fucking tanked. Like, it's almost, like, the positioning, everything's almost identical. Still 1 penny off. Dork, if we don't fill the gap by a penny, how bullish is that? There it goes. Do you know when the last T-bill auction occurred? I feel like that's a good question. 11:30 today? 17 week? So about an hour ago? Came in at 5.1 versus the prior 5%. SLD does a lot of things. This was, here. I'll give you a better idea. This was SLD on Wednesday. In February. And then in April. Well, here's March. Let's see. This is Wednesday in March. And April. This is Wednesday in April. So it's consistent with the trend. A lot can change in the next 3 hours. I told everyone when we were at 40.30, fucking trading at 40.30, that it was going to go up. I can't do any more than that. I said they were going to pump it hard to try to fill their gap and test 41.50. Like, I made it more than apparent that this could have been hedged. So if you didn't, that's you. This is going beyond a test. I mean, if it doesn't last, is it? When you look back on the last 15 minutes 2 weeks from now, are they going to be super fucking memorable? No, we did test 4150 on ES, and then it kept moving up. It didn't even stop at 4150. It just blew right through it to like 4155. 4152, sorry. And then it blew through that to 4155, 4160. I mean, if you didn't even need a wide stop to just capture it. I hedged most of the upside. I'm okay with it. Obligatory, are they going to fill the gap between 4,700 and 12,000? My 12,000 call, hope so. Those 4120s have to dump on the way down, you would think, but what do I know? You know, I don't... I can't see why they would hold. Just bought back SPY puts at 90% profit. Just need this to go the other way. Nice. I didn't hedge any of the upside, and I'm okay with it too. Is it worth it to push up to the gap above gamma neutral? I don't think they can. Maybe? I don't know. There's a shitload of sold calls at 4165. Like 4145 is where the calls, like the sold calls start. And some of this rising price action is the capitulation of those shorter dated short calls. But like 4165 up through like 4225 is still very, very heavily sold. And some of that shit's not gonna go anywhere. They're like big collar positions and stuff. How's inflation coming under control? Please tell your colleagues at BlackRock and Citadel not to take it that seriously. We'll see what happens. I'd rather this than we trade flat at 4120 all day. Anyone else do their manscaping on company time, or is that just me? Define company time. Oil prices are falling. Oil's up 300% today. Or 300 basis points today. Also, oil is only factored into headline inflation. Core inflation's continuing to rise. Inflation's not the bearish part. Everyone thinks that I don't know why everyone thinks that inflation is bearish. Inflation means higher profits and more revenues. VIX refusing to go below 17. This is actually amazing. Isn't it the key driver for the Fed rates? Sure. It's one of them. There's other reasons to raise the Fed rate, but yeah, it's price stability is the key driver for the Fed rate, not necessarily just inflation. Inflation is one part of that. Did Gaff buy SPX puts? Not that I'm aware of. He might be short Bitcoin. Do you see this breaking down? A lot of upside in a short time? Most likely. But it could persist into the end of the day. There's a lot of calls in the money now, right? A lot of zero DTs. Is there a specific reason the market went up so hard? A lot of people bought futures and SPX calls. There wasn't like news or anything, if that's what you're asking. Doesn't this look like a wedge breakout on the hourly? No. We're just now retesting the previous high. So it wouldn't be a breakout. It's a test of the upper resistance. I assume you're referring to this. Like here. My calls are up 135%. What do? You can always set stops. Are you excited to straddle at 4150? Oh, I wouldn't. Will this new high affect SLD downward range? I mean, it doesn't affect the estimate because the estimate's measured from the high of the period, so a little bit, but I think our previous high is not far off. 4141. So it skews the low by 30 basis points if it persists into the end of the day, which it may not. At this point, wildly overbought. Yeah, I mean, volume's declining, so. $2% brings us down to only 40.80 now. Yes. Well, from here, 2% brings us down to 40.80. Hmm. And the money calls are selling off. Mm-hmm. 175. Oh, the 4120s are selling off. That's neat. Yeah, the 4120 calls. Starting to. 4140 selling off a little bit. 4150. Maybe sold calls coming in 4175. That I'm not sure about. That's why they never budged. Well, the market's way up. If people are going to sell equities for deposits, it's never been a better time. Yeah. I would do a NVIDIA wedding dress stream card. Except it still didn't hit 300 there, did it? Awkward. VIX not moving much. No. No. I think most of the volume being traded right now is like 519 and 0 DT expirations. VIX 1 day is rocketing though. VIX 1 day is way the fuck up. What's NQ look like here? Hmm. Hmm. Oil peaked there at $43 or $73 a barrel. 73.26. Oil's starting to come down now too. Oil prices gaining ground on debt ceiling hopes. Brent up 2.6%, hit 76.88. RBOB and ULSD diesel futures also went up. Hmm. Call selling here? Well, that got spicy as shit for a minute. This consolidation is nuts. Is this the fard before the shid? We'll see. Needs to a lot of calls need to be sold off here. This consolidation could last a while. But call interest has fallen off, starting to fall off on all the lower strikes. Let me see how much the 4120 has dropped. $41.50 breakdown. 41.20. Oh, it's about the same. They're gonna try to sell puts there. This isn't the JPM collar rolling, right? No. I think we're under all of JPM sold calls right now. They're closest to the money ones are at 41.90. But they're not the only position in the market. They're just one of them. Hey, Gherk, what happens when the numbers get too big to be pronounceable? When does that happen? It would be hilarious if NVIDIA tops out at 299.98. Yeah, it would be. I think it'll be funny. Imagine missing your wedding by 2 cents. Well, he bought as far as I know, he bought them after earnings when it was trading around like 260 for 300. And there were Septembers, but they were bought in March. So probably not super profitable at a test of 300. Better, but 103 counterparties take 2.214 trillion at the Federal Reserve repo operation. Okay. Oh, it tested it. If this debt ceiling gets resolved, 4200C will get wrecked. Why? I'm sure like we'll pump on the resolution. Right? Oil's gonna go up again. Hmm. I mean, the downside potential here is not as strong as the upside potential was going into this, but it could pick up strength. And if this starts to fail like 41.50, we'll probably start to see puts come in. But they're gonna like probably be a little cautious. Fucking realized volatility is sky high right now. What's up, Average Joe? How high do you think Upstart could go today? I mean, I think it's just dependent on how much higher the market pushes. If the market like recovers here and rallies again for like a double top, maybe a little higher. It's pretty liquid right now. It's like near the same levels it was at in August. So I'm sure the moment the market reverses, they'll slam the price back down again. Good time to sell Palantir. I don't know what price you have on it. I might sell some covered calls on it though. I don't think it's gonna run on OPEX. I'll probably sell some $8 calls. Palantir 2613. What? It's a $10. I thought you measured predicted SLD moves from Wednesday open price. No, I just measure it from the week high. It's too much of a pain in the ass to do the back testing on fucking like sub 1 day candles. I think C-Mill did one for Wednesday at market open, but I can't remember. Gamma Max on Upstart's it's 2311 average Joe, by the way. What do you see happening if Upstart hits $25 with 20K contracts? I mean, they'll probably get hedged more heavily, but a lot of those $25 contracts are sold. So it would depend on if those contracts closed or not, which I highly doubt they will. It's always a good time to sell Palantir. That company is hot garbage. It's been doing pretty well lately. Palantir going crazy since EPS. Palantir going crazy since earnings. I know. I did a write-up on it like months ago. When was that? Picked up some June 400p on this second test. Nice. VIX is moving up a little bit here. Bears might get more confident in a second failure. The same high. It's still got to drop below 41.50 for anything relevant to happen. Is that a splinter? Holy shit. How the fuck did I get a splinter? Ah, you bitch. Hold on. I'll be right back. All right. I need to buy some fancier tweezers. I just realized the tweezers I have are kind of shitty. So this is how they keep SPX above 4120 for SLD. I think this is more how they get out of their 4120 calls. Nvidia is at $299.99. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna sell some more spreads on it. I don't shill Hank and Ashi candles. I like them. I usually use them on equities. I'm never setting a stop again. I bought a 4130 0 DTE and got stopped out for $100 loss. About an hour or so later, it was worth 3K. That happens. Sometimes, though, you don't set a stop and it's just worth 0. SPX needs to break 4159. Why? VWAP's awesome. Like earlier when we moved up in to test it and then broke above it and traded flat. And I was like, hey, they're going to push this up. And then they did. Some of that was VWAP. Thoughts on Upstart? Will we see Reg Show soon? Maybe. The volume's not super high though, right? FSLR puts? I already have some. How's it doing so terribly today? It's down like 1.58%. What a piece of shit. I just have short dated ones though. I don't have anything long dated, Guillermo. I think I misunderstood market crash. Probably. Or just haven't experienced one. Tweezerman Ultra Precision Slant. Great tweezers. Interesting. It's not so much the sharpness that I'm concerned with. I want them to be very grippy. Like, I don't know where the fuck I got that splinter. It was like a half-inch long piece of metal. I guess it was just on my desk, like a sliver. But it was really hard to grab. Like, the tweezers didn't want to... They didn't want to, you know, hold on to it. Did you get rich on the COVID crash? No? I made a lot of money on the COVID crash. But I wouldn't say I got rich on it. I made far more money after the COVID crash than I did on the COVID crash. Super grippy? That's what I like to hear. I love inverse SLD. Very cool. Not annoying. It's super annoying. So, my 411p 526 safe, or am I shit out of luck? Well, we still have 3 more days of SLD. No, the tweezers aren't a metaphor for stocks at all. I think you've missed the metaphor. Or at least you're not noticing the innuendo. If we stop here to close, a straddle up here is going to feel real bad into SLD. Yeah. You don't have to straddle. There's other options. Sold more bear call spreads. Up we go. Sorry, guys. Did you sell them on NVIDIA? Or on SPX? safe to say they're gonna go for the upside gap? It's still kind of far, right? I don't know. The momentum's like fucking dead now. So if they're gonna go for it, they need to grind it up to that price. $41.67.33. What? I don't even know where the fuck that was. It doesn't matter. What's gamma neutral? Gamma neutral's 41.59. Well, we're almost at the top of the range. Getting very close. Hmm. Christ, gap up. Yeah, that's not super bullish there, I don't think. Does this look spicy for OPEX? Actually, no. Although, they must have internalized a shitload of GME there on that run to keep it under 23 the entire time. When Street Fighter stream? I don't think the open beta is out yet. Is it? If it is, I might do one today. Why did I sell my Google at 105? I don't know. To be fair, if Google keeps climbing, I'm going to sell mine at 115 because that's where I sold my covered calls. I said 41.75 and SPX dips $5 right after. Yeah, that above 41.65 is still really rough. Like it's very, very unlikely. The amount of sold calls at that level is still staggering. All hail Grix green rectangle. It's been there all week. Game streaming on YouTube or Twitch? Twitch. Hypothetically, if a total degenerate friend of mine wanted to full port bet on a US credit default, what strategies would you recommend he or she pursue? You'd probably want to pick up like US CDS credit default swaps. That's where the money is. Did you see the 200,000 Nvidia share sell wall at 300? Someone wants out at 300. No shit. Did you see them then move the sell wall down and just sell slightly lower? I sold 305 310s and 300 305s. JFresh. I'm definitely gonna get fucked up. What happened to the super low call profitability? Well, it's not low anymore, right? It was low when we were trading at 41.10. A lot fucking better here. That's also calls bought in the last 30 days. Or 28 days. Has this ever happened on SLD and then not tanked even 100 BPS? No, I don't think so. Although the largest moves on SLD are generally overnight. Sometimes they persist in the intraday, but yeah, the bigger moves are usually overnight. It's an NVIDIA wedding guy. He's selling. I don't think he has that big of a position. I think you said you already had your full SLD position yesterday. With this rip, do you just wait it out or average down? I mean, I bought some more puts. Well, on the first test of 41.57. I didn't buy any on the second. I guess if we get a third test of 41.60, I might average down a little bit more. I'm appalled that you of all people did not play the bull song to absolutely shame all the unhinged bears. They're having a rough enough day. I sold NVIDIA at 295 300s. NVIDIA always finds a way to fuck me. Oh, you still have till the end of the week, man. I have 295 300s out. I'm not rolling them. I mean, you can roll them up if you need to. You can like roll them up and widen the spread. Theta on NVIDIA is expensive as fuck, so it's pretty advantageous if you do that. I've had to do it like once or twice. Was it dumb to think that with NVIDIA near all-time high that AMD could go the same? Yeah, I don't think so. As much as I'd love to see AMD hit its all-time high again, it's probably pretty unlikely. Also, I don't think NVIDIA is near its all-time high. Yeah, it's nowhere fucking close. It's still like fucking $45 off. VIX dead? Probably a lot of call selling going on here. This is a great time for doing that. My day is so rough, I actually would have preferred spending time with my wife. Oh, man. How often do you ride a trend versus counter trade a trend for the day? That depends. Most of that for me would be, based on options positioning and support and resistance levels. I saw an article saying NVIDIA is expected to beat its earnings expectations. Is this set up for a rug pull? Maybe. I'd be very impressed if they're able to beat their prior revenue by 8%. VIX not coming down hard. VIX coming down pretty hard, but VIX one day staying up. Only about 10% off all-time high. Not too bad given how low it was and how hysteric its price is right now. 30 DTE MES 4130P is only costs $200 to buy. If futures go to 4080 by June 2nd, profit will be like $500. Looks impossible to lose on these. Nothing's impossible. I've never ridden a hoverboard. I don't ride the train very often either. It's kind of gross. Fubo looks done. Yeah. CDS panel rules that Credit Suisse AT1 wipeout won't trigger payout to swap holders. What mean? Why is RSS so concerned with it? I don't know. I need to read the notice. I mean, that means everyone's going to be holding Credit Suisse's bags. It's fucking, that's what it sounds like, but I need to read the notice. Sounds like they turned off the sell button on the institutions. No need. It 100% means MOASS. I mean, if your idea of MOASS is buying GME at $3, maybe. So after your talk yesterday, I'm going to change my account from cash to margin. Do you have any recommendations on utilizing margin other than keeping money on the side? I mean, it allows you additional leverage, right? But obviously, when taking additional leverage on capital you don't have, it's a good idea to minimize risk. So I would focus on strategies that are risk defined or low risk. I feel like I've probably been to a Guy Fieri restaurant, but I don't know if it was. Like, how do you know? Like, I haven't been to one of his restaurants, but I've probably been to restaurants he's been to. I guess that doesn't make them his. Do you think Powell speaking will affect the market Friday? Probably. Johnny Garlics? The fuck is that? What's a good long-term buy-in price for Apple? Let's see. I would buy Apple under 130. What the fuck is donkey sauce? Ugh. How are zero DTEs looking here? Pretty massively bought, like all the way up to, well, I don't know if they're bought, but there's a lot of calls all the way up to like 41.75, but the in the money calls are falling off, so that's killing the momentum to the upside. Puts are basically gone though, so I don't really see us falling too hard right now, unless more puts come in. %80 of the time, I close the wrong leg every time. I mean, that's not really what closing. Like, you just close the leg when it's profitable. You don't care about what the whole point of the straddle is you don't give a shit what the market does. You're not trying to like min-max profits on every market rip or dump. Like if one happens, awesome, right? But the point of the straddle is not to take advantage of that. If you sold your call leg positive and you sold your put leg positive, you've won. That's it. That's beyond one, right? What's the significance of closing above gamma neutral? I mean, the market maker hedge is the market maker is in net gamma, like positive gamma territory. Why sell bear call spreads for 519 instead of 616? Faster theta decay. I don't want 30 days of risk. Also, at least for now, you have more manageable strikes. I don't think you can sell, yeah. All the strikes for June 16th are $5 spreads. But May 19th they're 250. Well, you can sell 250 spreads for May 19th. So when you sell spreads, are you mostly selling weeklies because of quick theta decay? Generally, most of the spreads I sell on like SPX. So those are usually like 0 DTE, and they're usually sold in the morning and closed by like noon. Looks like they'll pump it as high as they can for profit. I mean, there's a reason for them not to. I can put, I'll put a line here for gamma neutral. It's like 159, right? What was it? 159. 13? What kind of colors do I have for this? Ooh, let's make it white. Got any more of those failed banks? Not right now. I think I know the answer, but I just wanted to double check. So we aren't bouncing off 4050 today, most likely, but probably not. We would have had to have broken down through 4100 for that to happen anyway. Which we didn't, I mean, we didn't really come close to that. We didn't even fill the downside gap this morning. That should have been the first indication that at a bare minimum we were just going to trade around 4120. That's getting interesting, I guess. What do you think of this, Dork? Boop. One more push. GME is crashing. What? I can't imagine GME's doing much of anything. Oh, whatever. Yeah, but today was the VIX expiration. Hmm. So we got, what is that? That's not quite. It's like a 0.5 sigma move today. Roughly. Futures looks like it's about done here. It's falling back below the 4.1, the 1.25. Which was also our previous high. Well, it's been a while, actually. Oh. Was there a gap? Does someone want to fucking dig down to, like, the 30-second and see if there was a gap here? Because that would make a lot more sense. Especially if this fails now. Chibi's up 3.14%. Chat, GME crashing. I mean, generally when GME starts to sell off like that, it doesn't get better. I wonder if SLD doesn't drop this below 4,100 this time around. It's possible. Last month was really shitty. It was like 1.32. During the SLD period, it tanked another 200 BPS the next week. Are you waiting for a put entry, or does futures make it uncertain? It's still moderately uncertain. I already have puts. I don't need to buy more. I definitely don't want to fucking straddle SPX at 4160 though. Maybe I'll just do like an inverse butterfly. Your WeBull's frozen? Oh. Thanks. Such an expected recession widely expected by everyone make you go, No, I mean, generally, yeah. I tend to be fairly contrarian by nature, but no, not really. All the indicators of a recession are already well entrenched, so burgers are so downside exposed that closing positions to gather cash actually means market VEPs. Like share recalls? Don't all the block puts essentially act as support into big drops? I mean, yeah. Also capitulation of the strike when it's tested. Does move to R2K improve anything for GME price moves, volatility? We'll find out. I think it'll improve its active fund pressure, which hopefully will offset the fact that nobody buys options on it anymore. Are we moving back below 4150 today? We could. Yeah, it's not out of the question. I don't see why any deep in the money calls would sell off, but they have been, so I guess a lot of them are for 519. Like a lot of the calls that are selling off are for 519 that are in the money. So they don't want to carry it for 2 days. GME obligations must be cleared eventually. Time for a dramatic end of day sell off. While that would be super cool, I don't see why we would get one. At least not 0 DTE calls. Like if I was holding a 4140 right now, why would I close it? Like something has to push, right, to get them to sell. I cut my call hedge too early. Me too. Is there something I could have looked out for that would have indicated that we would run this hard? Not really. I mean, the gap fill. I got stopped on my call at the gap fill. I mean, that was kind of the where the upside like resistance was. I mean, volume started dying off when we tested like 4160 earlier, right? Like right here. And then this is like, I believe I said at the time that, you know, if they wanted to push it higher, they've got to really grind it up because the momentum's gone. More likely an overnight sell-off, probably. But not necessarily, right? Like if the calls start to lose traction, then they can sell off very quick. I mean, I guess Pajama Samurai, there's an argument that if you're hedging a position, that you should just keep the call open. But now, I mean, sometimes you just get stopped out, especially like on SPX. The volatility can be really high on strikes once you go in the money. All right, I applied for margin, I got accepted, and I am negative $529,647.01. Lol, calling the broker. Listen, next time if the president goes on TV and says he's bullish, maybe believe him. He didn't say he was bullish. What would be a confirming indicator of a breakdown on a video? I believe gamma neutral is the higher point right now. But a breakdown below gamma neutral, 295 and 290 are pretty important levels. But gamma neutral is the only one that really matters. Or at least for me, it's the only one that matters. Let's see. Gamma max was 308 today. It came pretty close to that. Gamma neutral 270, 274. Futures are selling off a little bit here. All side breaking down. Ooh. Yeah, okay. So some out of the money calls are selling off. We're capitulating, I guess. Feeds back to 4160 fast. Let's go. I'd much prefer 4150. You know, I don't think the 4100 puts sold off very much. I mean, the gamma on them is destroyed, but I really don't think they closed. Maybe they are sold. Well, some of them are probably sold. Although the IV doesn't look like the IV's not super skewed right there. Negatively skewed. Just long. Thanks, Pterodactyl. Yeah, I'm having a pretty good day. Been in meetings all afternoon. What the hell happens? Oh, the market went apeshit and pumped super hard. And now it might be done doing that. Still too early to tell, but it's starting to look like it might be done doing that. I like that. Let's do bearish things. Ooh, I wonder if I could go back and look at last SLD. 5 minute. April. Okay, so Wednesday, April 19th, that was SLD, right? Yes. So Wednesday, April 19th. Okay, we peaked at like 2:30? No. Peaked at 2 o'clock. And then down into the end of the day, but not a ton. Right, so we peaked at 41.62. The low of the day was 41.48. Bounced back into close to 41.54. The fucking same price action. Hmm. Thursday high was 41.47, then down to 41.14. This is the part I'm curious about. Peak. Okay. Interesting. Hey, Dork. Are you around? I have a proposal. And it's indecent. Dork's puts are fine. He has theta. I'm not going to use the power of Hello Bears until tomorrow. Darth will live. He'll be okay. Our relationship is as open as it feasibly can be. Battle for SPX Delta neutral into close. Hmm. Pretty sure SPX Delta neutral's at like 41.20. Bull's about to be must be chuffed about today. If they could start SLD now, that'd be great. It already started this morning. If I had NVIDIA shares, I'd be selling 300 CCs so hard. I don't have NVIDIA shares, but I just sell $300 bear call spreads. It's like having shares, except you don't have any. Any ideas when NVIDIA is mooning? Have you looked at the index today? Are you calling Darth a whore? No. Chuffed means delighted. I doubt they're all that delighted. They're probably still buying out of the money 4200s. SLD finna rug pull the market. Hope so. What DTE call spreads do you have, Friday? I have them at 295, 300, 300, 305, and 305, 310. Has the uptrend changed your SLD price prediction? No, but it does change the starting point for those prices. So the range is still, you know, based on prior SLDs, 2 to 300 BPS. Lily, Senior Vice President, Finance, and Chief Accounting Officer, on May 15, 2023, sold 600 shares for 261,000. Hopefully it tanks now. Oh yeah. Yeah, the vice president of finance selling 200 grand worth of shares out of a $500 billion company is totally going to kill it. That's smaller than Girk's position. My position on Lily's not that big. I think you were talking about OI a bit ago, but are we seeing any more positioning that would bring us lower into close? Trying to plan best entries exits. Sure. We still need to see capitulation of the call side, though. There has not been a sufficient amount yet. So we need to break below 4150. 4150 is key. Which means futures back to 4160. 4155, 4160. Too many people know about SLD. That hasn't stopped it from happening. Well, this looks kind of bearish now, so we'll see if it slips anymore. You said that earlier. Too many people know about the stock market. It's not a secret, is it? No. I've never seen a post on Reddit about SLD that factually represented what is actually happening. I still don't think anybody understands factually what is happening. Based on all the shocked Pikachu faces in chat, I would say almost nobody understands it. I only read fiction. That makes sense. Gurk, come on. It's only our 18th SLD together. I know. I thought it looked bearish and it ripped 100 BPS, so I apparently don't know diddly. Maybe just wait it out. Patience, right? All things in good time. I understand, Gurk. Volmageddon is here. That'd be cool. If the market wants to open tomorrow down 500 BPS, I'm not gonna complain. I read that SLD means down on Reddit, so I full ported 0 DTEs. What could I have done differently? Well, first of all, SLD doesn't mean anything. SLD is simply a period of time where large institutions make supplemental liquidity deposits in order to have sufficient margin on balance to handle OPEX expiration. That's all. It's bigger. SLDs are bigger moving into quad witching. The negative effect you see from SLD has to do with the margins being heavily over leveraged. And so more selling needs to occur in order to have enough liquidity on hand to handle the upcoming options expiration. Remember what happened last SLD on Wednesday? Up like 70 BPS on the day, wasn't it? Yeah. February was more like this, though. Like, real crazy. Could the margin haircut recently enacted impact the size and scale of SLD? Absolutely. Do you understand why rolling is beneficial? I'm trying to understand why roll instead of sell and buy. I mean, rolling is selling and buying. They're the same fucking thing. Banks haven't failed yet in Feb, though. That's true. Are you gonna stream dual earnings tomorrow? No. So what you're saying is sometimes institutions already have sufficient margin and don't sell a lot during SLD. Yeah, although over the last like 20 months, that's happened far less than the latter. Like SLD is a high probability of downside due to institutions being heavily over leveraged. That doesn't guarantee downside. It doesn't mean the opposite can occur. If institutions are over short, they might need to buy. If they're over long, they might need to sell. And each institution is different. We know money flow's been going into other markets, bonds, treasuries, money market funds, right? So capital flows are moving away from equities, which could mean that institutions are less overlong, right? I think settlement Monday and Tuesday next week will be more bearish than anything that happens this week. It's possible. Still relatively low volume on SPY, considering up this much today. I mean, we didn't move up on a ton of volume. We just moved up unobstructed. Hasn't the market gone up on SLD, down on OPEX before? No. I mean, it's gone flat-ish during SLD, but still down like 200 basis points and then continued down on OPEX. So due to capital outflows, they might not need to sell much since they might not be over leveraged anymore. They might not be over leveraged long. I mean, there's definitely a world that exists where like you know, like all the funds are net short, right? And then, you know, SLD is up and not down. But Wednesday is still just the beginning of SLD, which I have to explain to everyone every fucking month, over and over and over again. There's still tonight, tomorrow, tomorrow night, Friday, Friday night, and then Monday pre-market. So the actions of today's price are moderately irrelevant in the long term. Like, we didn't break any significant levels. We don't have any more upside momentum here unless more comes in. VIX is starting to rise, so, you know, a breakdown from this level is looking more and more likely. Everyone panics about everything, and that's not going to make you more money. If you're positioned, like, your overall positioning is heavily affected by the price action of one day, and you're in like a swing position, you've probably not positioned correctly, or you should have hedged more effectively. I know this is not anything people want to hear right now, but it's the truth. And so you'll either learn that lesson and hedge more effectively or position better next time, or you won't. But upside in the early parts of SLD is just as common as downside, historically speaking. Generally, if we don't dump like Tuesday night really hard, Wednesday's either flat or up. And then the latter part of SLD is more bearish. I'll take what's theta for 500. I'm not attacking anyone. It's not an attack on anyone. It's a lesson that people need to learn. I mean, we were trading at 41.35 or 41.30 earlier, and everyone was perfectly happy. And I'm like, they're gonna pump this. You know, I said it like fucking 12 times in over the course of an hour, and then everyone's like, holy fuck, they're pumping it. I mean, and then I've got to listen to everyone bitch about it for the rest of the day, even though it's very likely that we'll just fall back to those prices by the end of today. Like, why does everyone have to react to the like, you know what I need to do? I just need to switch the charts to 30-minute candles. We get one candle every 30 minutes. Everyone's like, GME's going to 25 today. I've got to listen to that shit, right? As they all try to convince other bulls to bag hold the pre-OPEX period with them. One day candles? Just no charts. We're gonna hand draw the charts from now on. Why do you hate it? More volatility is fun, and GameStop is cool and the best. Why do I hate people trying to convince other people to buy calls before SLD's played out? I wonder why I would hate that. What would incentivize me to dislike those people? Because when those people get burned, who gets blamed? Do you? I don't get any credit for staying bearish if the price drops. How many fucking times has Lenixis like full ported into calls and everyone got super fucking bullish and then nothing happened? I think people need to remember is that you're not a god. I used to think your word was bond. Over time, I learned you only say probability. You taught me a lot. I love you. I fucking hate you, Mr. Gold, so much. But you're still here. You're like my third least favorite person in the Discord. Not in real life. There's people I hate way more in real life. But how's that wall of short calls at 4165 looking? Still there? I don't know why they'd close. I don't think they give a shit. Rather than draw the charts, can we just have an up or down arrow that tells us to buy a call or put? No. Lenny ain't got money, let's be real. Well, whatever. When he blows up his paper trading account every month on GME. I'd rather be hated than have the indifference you show me, Dad. I'm sorry, John Smallberries. I'll try to show you more ire in the future. Don't take anything in chat personally, you rock. I don't. It's just annoying to hear it over and over again. Are you bullish, bearish, or peenerish? I mean, I'm still pretty bearish. And you know, a fucking $30 move up on SPX didn't change that. Stop complaining, or so help me, I will turn the stock market around. Right, that would stop the complaining. Girk, I moved my long puts nearer and closer in the money because I'm scared. Okay. We will stay locked up here for a while. In my September, we're now too far out of the money. I hope it works, thanks. Also, SLD just started, right? Yeah, this morning. Market open Wednesday through market open Monday. Don't forget with longer dated stuff, just in the future, if you have longer dated shit that's out of the money, like over 60 DTE, 45 DTE, especially on SPX, you have a shitload of Vega. All the out of the money positions on SPX that far out have tons and tons of Vega. If VIX moves up, your contract values will move up. They're super volatility exposed. So if you have to assess, is your contract down because of its moneyness or because volatility is crushed, right? If it's volatility and you still plan on seeing your thesis play out and seeing volatility rise higher, you don't really have to worry about that premium difference. It'll be made back very quickly. I freaked out about my underwater NVIDIA spread, but instead of whining to you about it, I came up with a backup plan that would just eat into my net credit. Nice. I just sold more spreads. Balls of steel, JFresh. Fucking 300. Ridiculous. But good job. Congratulations. What did you do? Did you just buy a call? From today's high, a 1.5% drop still puts us to a test of 4,100. Yeah. Dan Weeklies, welcome to Cornichon. Yep. Nope. Thank you so much, man. Maybe stop the complaining, or so help me, I'll pump this market to 42.25. I've been having drunken moments talking absolute nonsense in the Discord. I'm glad I'm not banned yet. Also, I must apologize for this. It's all good, man. People get drunk in the Discord all the time. I thought SLD period is downward movement. I thought next Tuesday, Wednesday is when we see the realization of settlement. No, settlement persists into the end of the month. Next Tuesday, Wednesday is OPEX, like the effects of OPEX settlement. But SLD is down across a period of 4 days. So if this 4-day period ends lower, then SLD was down. Getting a little more bearish on futures here. Testing the 4170 level now. So $5 drop. Maybe more stagnation here, which would kind of suck. But I do think it's peaked. I think we've seen the peak for the day. I definitely didn't buy Cat 210 weeklies this morning and forget about them until now. Yes, you did. Sorry if bugging you on this one, but is there something funny going on in Forex markets? USD Japan, USD GBP? Is this notable or not? Japan made some statements yesterday. I don't think anything super strange is going on there. I mean, Dixie's up. Like, Dixie was up a bunch today. 40 BPS, I think. Oh, thank you. No pun intended for the chart you shared in the Discord on what do if your contract is red or green plus or minus 30 days. I love it. It's very simple, but very useful. I mean, it was a meme, but you were right about me knowing SLD. Will you give us a review? In what format? Gurk, stop making sense. It hurts my head. He full ported 100p weeklies. Wait, JFresh did? I didn't do anything yet. The day isn't over. My man. Obviously, a lot of people did not hedge, but if they bought Theta, there's nothing to worry about. Yeah. You can even use the Theta to reposition to something with less Theta, but closer to the money. Yep. Yeah, if you're at like 40, 50 for June and you don't feel comfortable with that level, you can absolutely like move to like 526 and 4150, right? There's nothing inherently wrong with doing that. Because people lean on you too much in their trading and kind of following you / not, rather than learning to trade independent of you, like stream off capabilities, but using your knowledge to build. What? I got some of that, but some of that didn't make sense at all. What's a stream off? Is that sexual? I'm in. I can always start my life over. I'm pretty smart. More NVIDIA spreads. How does SPX defy Dixie liquidity? How does SPX defy Dixie? Liquidity, earnings drop, and every other fundamental. Oh, because someone's willing to buy it. Who SLDs? Why do they SLD? What is SLD? Why is SLD? Sometimes up and sometimes down. I need Tylenol. I mean, Dixie and equities aren't directly inverse each other. Dixie up is good for exporters. It's bad for importers. International businesses benefit from a stronger dollar. Does buying and plating bushes from Lowe's count as hedging my calls? I don't know. Are you gonna sell them for money? I just quintupled down on my Nvidia bear spread position at 305, 310 for Friday. I am not your financial advisor, JFresh. Upsquart, next stop, GM. Probably $20. $20 more likely than Gamma Max. You're this close, Mr. Gold. It's so kind that you are a registered fiduciary for so many of us. I am not. I am not a registered fiduciary. Dork's trolling is honestly god tier. I love it. It's just as much as a Gurk shames people or shares his views on spicy topics. I have an underwater Google 120, 122 spreads for Friday. I'm fine holding longer, but worried about early assignment. How worried should I be? Yours truly, JFresh. 120, 122 spread for Friday? Why do you care about assignment? Oh, Carl timed him out. Never mind. Thanks for caring about all of us individually. I don't. Stop spreading these rumors about me. I didn't freak out on the pump today. Can you give me some good boy points? Well done, Venseg. Do you think Fubo has a new floor of 180, 190? Or do you see it going back down for SLD? It could probably fall back below 150. The shorts, like the shorts on Fubo, really aren't gonna, especially the volatility shorts, really aren't gonna walk away until the company meets their goals, right? Someone should backtest you against the local weather forecast. Spitballing, my bet is you're closer to actual reality. I freaked out on the run today, but didn't run to you for help. Can I have some points too? No one's getting any points or stickers or smiley faces on their papers. Gurk ignores everything I say. I don't take offense. I'm here to make money, learn, and the comedy alone. Thanks, Gork. I love you. Thanks, Mike Mio. Golden stars? What about trophies? Everyone knows that everyone deserves a trophy. No, no one deserves a trophy. Hey man, I just want to give you $3 as a way to say thank you for all the amazing cooking discussions and medical advice. So there's been something that has been troubling my mind since day one, and I would love some insight. Does puts cost same like shares? Yes. All of these things are transacted in dollars. Well, if you're in the US. Or your current currency converted to dollars. I don't love you no matter what. I will fucking ban you. Although I feel like that doesn't have a lot of teeth. I ban people and they just come right back. Okay, no financial advisor, but can you be my tushy comfy advisor? And recommend me a good bidet. Kohler's got some nice ones, unless you want to go with a Japanese model. GME getting crushed tomorrow? Probably. My love language is idiosyncratic microaggressions. Ben, welcome back to Pigeon Whale. Did you make money? Or are you just getting divorced finally? Either way, it's good to see you again. Thank you so much, man. Gherk doesn't love people or things. He invests in them. Yes. End my suffering. Only if you end mine first. 4100 end of day. Let's fucking go. Sell DEs, baby. Nice. If we ever meet in person, would I have to stand on tippy toes when we hug? I don't know. Are you short? I hedged for once? You beautiful bitch. Yes, I got one. Winning. What day is the pickle jar ice cream social? November 30th, 2028. Thanks, Dan Weeklies. Kirk got my stream off. Gross. Your dividend for investing in me. Thanks, Michael. Hey Alexa, set a reminder for November 30th, 2028 for Pickle Jar Ice Cream Social. Isn't a video like a roller coaster, just going up and up before a drop? Sounds like some kind of song. Can you do a crib stream where we all get a tour of the Long Island house? I'm not driving out to Long Island for fucking any of you. I just booked an 11/30/28. I just booked up 11/30/28. Can we move it forward a couple of weeks? Sorry. Because of all you taught me, I was able to afford the extra $10 to buy Zelda. Pickle Financial, slightly beating inflation. Are the majority of futures traders finance bros? I know a dozen or so, and they're the worst. Frequently, yes. Most traders are finance bros. I've been called a finance bro, which I think is wildly untrue, but I've been called it nonetheless. Thoughts on Italian water ice? I miss it and can't get it. What the fuck is that? Like, just ice? Like Italian ices? You can order it online. They sell it in, like, buckets, and they'll ship it to you. How many puts have to die before we all learn? What's the lesson? I bought puts this morning that made money. I bought puts last night that made money. I bought puts yesterday that made money. I'm going to argue, and hear me out, that they all made more than your calls. Puts are more profitable right now. Why? Because VIX is low. I've also been making good money on $1 Fubo cover calls. Nobody wants those shares. You better be careful. Atomics is going to buy you out. Here's some money to unban me, please. Get me out of whatever this dark hole is. I don't know who you are. You donated anonymously. Wait, are you walking? I much prefer that you pay to communicate with me. I like that. It's like Pavlovian, or it's like a little bell. I'm gonna be way nicer to you if our only interaction is through Ko-Fi. Think about it. Can I buy puts for when it goes up, like today? What if you bought puts at the top of today? It's all about timing, right? It doesn't matter if you're bearish or bullish. I made money on puts this morning by setting stops and went up 80% between walking from my desk to the bathroom. Yep. No, you're not. He's still unbearable. I know, but... Shh. I did, but it looks like I bought them a bit too far out of the money. Where do you see Dillard's going next month? None of your fucking business. Why are you asking me about Dillard's? Is Chief Queef running his fucking mouth? Being down on my SLD position still beats whatever the F that was yesterday. I was so bored, I took a nap while fully dosed on Adderall. Yesterday sucked, admittedly. That's rough, Toilet Wine. I'm sorry to hear that. What happens when you're fully dosed on Adderall and you fall asleep? Just twitchy? Like a twitchy... DDS is a fortress. That's not entirely incorrect. But no one said anything about DDS, Cobra. I'm interested in going long Dillard's. That's why I asked. Based on what? There's not a lot of shares available. I bought a 15-minute out-of-the-money straddle yesterday and 10x my cost. Nice. That's called a strangle, by the way. I know, I'm being picky. I can I can sleep completely normal on it. Low dose can make me get tired faster sometimes. I guess if you actually have ADHD, then Adderall doesn't fucking make you wired, right? I don't know. I've never taken Adderall. I probably should. What's going on here? No one's talking about DDS. It doesn't even have a fucking options chain. There's been no mentions of Dillard's or DDS or anything. UBS just downgraded it to $165. And we know they're a reliable source of information. Sleep on Adderall, no dreams, or sometimes sleep paralysis. Ooh, that's fun. Is that like extra cozy sleep? Because you can't move and you're all like snuggled in. Managed to pick up a put today at the lowest price of the day by a cent. Thanks to the 4165 call out. Nice, dude. Congratulations. When DDS squeeze, Gort calls or puts. I'm not talking. We're not. There's no DDS talk. Everyone stop fucking buying it. Why is it up 50 cents? I'll have you know the volume on DDS is exactly 19. It is not. It's traded 90,000 shares today. Sleep paralysis, you're awake but can't move, and a shadow person appears. I had dreams like that when I was in high school. The shadow person had some moves, let me tell you. Not sure if you care to discuss the psychology of trading, but curious as to know if at all trading getting better at it, etc., has affected your impulsivity. I've never been very impulsive. Maybe that's hard to assess. Why does the sarcasm on DDS not being a play come across so strong? I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have a BTU share buy target price this week? I mean, I'm not really a buyer of BTU unless it falls under $20, but I'm a CSP seller of BTU in this price range. Very much. I think it could fall lower through SLD, so I am waiting. I'm trying to be patient on it. Could you tell Larry to find your Adderall and crash the market? I don't need any Adderall. I don't take Adderall. I suffer from trading paralysis. A shadow person keeps taking over every day and losing me money. About to go into a meeting. What happens the rest of the day? What do you expect to happen, Darb? I said I'm not talking about DDS. I've made no mentions of DDS. Nothing. People are asking me about DDS, but I'm not. I have nothing to say. When Glizzy Gang Dillionaire channel? Absolutely never. We're gonna close even on the day, like nothing happened again. That would not be surprising. Who is that? Who is that analyst that you posted the video from CNBC the other night? Who's like your new favorite guy? I can't remember his name. This super hot hunk of man. Yeah. I forget his name. I do too. I love this. Found on Reddit. How is anyone not on medication right now? Who's out there just raw dogging the decline of man? Me. Yeah. Antidepressants make you a very bad trader. They increase impulsivity. That kind of sleep paralysis happens from sleeping on your back with apnea. Essentially, you're suffocating and your brain tries to scare you to wake up. Just, you gotta get a CPAP machine so it can force fuck air into all your nostrils and mouth while you're sleeping. I wore one of those once and it was the most unpleasant experience. Richard Saperstein. That's his name. I'm assuming Kathy Wood uses her ETFs to make money on basket creation redemption. Is there a way to see that with data? Yeah, you could look at ETF fund flow. I'm gonna jump that man's bones if it kills me. The first time I saw him, I thought, man, Dork really wants to get that guy in a bathtub full of raw hot dogs and have his way with him. I guess that's a Glizzy Gang thought. Maybe I'll consider the channel. Listen, Powell says money printer broke until 2024. Debt ceiling can't be raised. Fuck. Pavlovian bell, you say? Ring ring, or is it ding ding? What strike and X-ray calls are you buying for DDS? They don't have I don't know what kind of calls DDS has. I'm not buying anything on DDS. Shut your fucking mouth when you're talking to me. That dork bathtub thing made you choke. Made me choke. You almost killed me, and no one would have known, Gundam. The newspaper would have just read, "Man dies masturbating to not famous YouTuber." Can I buy a fraction of the $1 trillion coin like a Bitcoin? No. It'll be gone the second it's made. RC buying DDS? No. No. Not as far as I know. I hope not. Wouldn't a dollar bill basically be a fraction of it? I mean, not physically, but I guess relatively. I did not buy any DDS at Market Open today. How dare you? SPX just staying in the hopium zone for my puts. That's being a little tease. I should really close my 4110s. And salvage the last $300 of them. But I don't want to. I get very spiteful about my 0 DTEs. Do you ever get that way? You're like, fuck it. I don't care anymore. It's like 10 cents. Who gives a shit? I don't know. What did I spend on them? 4 grand. Bank up 581 BPS? Is that right? I have delayed data. Probably. Yeah, then you told me I should have set a stop. I definitely should have put a stop on them. But to be fair, at the point I would have placed a stop on them, they were already worthless. Whenever I get in that situation, I've taken a 10% hit to the port. So no, I can't afford to feel that way very often. Fair enough. I had the same thought, but then I remember the last 12 minutes of yesterday. Yeah, but if we drop the same amount we dropped in the last 12 minutes of yesterday, they'll still be out of the fucking money. Oh, man. All the 4140 calls and 4145 calls collapsed. That's exciting. There's still an inordinate number of 4120s. $41.25 for tomorrow. Interesting. Yeah, there's still 4120s there. Less of them, but they're still there. It dropped by like, it dropped by like 7 million gamma. But part of that's the moneyness. The last time the gamma exposure spiked this hard on SPX was on May 1st. What happened after that? Stuff. We dropped 230 basis points in, it was like a couple hours. I'm never setting stops again. Okay, Hazy. Hey, look, guys. I'm so good at this. What did I miss the top by here? Hold on. I gotta zoom way the fuck in. 4164.26. 40 cents? Never mind. I fucking suck at this shit. Yeah, no, I done sub. Dislike on your way out, too. You know, Dork, it's the third week in a row I've missed the top and the bottom by a factor of 20 to 50 cents. And I think I should just quit and go back and, I don't know, maybe I'll get a job at like a risk desk. Next time, can you post that in some sort of daily post before so we all know? You mean like the one I posted this morning? Or the one I posted yesterday? Or the one I posted Sunday night? Not like those? Different somehow? I just disliked it. Said feedback shared with creator. Please ignore. You son of a bitch. No. I said it was going up when we were at 130, 41.30. That was before it broke into the green part. That was here. That's when I bought the 41.35s. Then I sold the 41.35s here. Well, it was 48 here. And then I missed all of this. But, yeah, whatever. You said this on Sunday? Oh, what? Buy calls when it goes green? I know. I'm not gonna lie. I wish I leveraged my own analysis a little more there, but I was busy with other things. The post you posted this morning made me 0 DT into 4080 puts. And if you bought 4080 puts this morning at market open, they went up like 200%. I know, because I bought some before market open. Thanks, Smooth Ape. They gonna push for the gap again? I don't know. Probably not. We're just testing the underside of gamma neutral here. I mean, the liquidity and like the bullish momentum are kind of fucking a little dead here, right? I guess I could try. I think most of the rest of the day is going to be spent in an attempt to keep their 4150 calls in the money. And any puts they sold at 4150 in order to over leverage the 4075 strike. How do you trade options before market open? You can trade options on SPX in the pre-market and SPY. A few other index options. Those can be traded in the pre-market. Depends on your brokerage, but like IBKR and TDA have it. Thinkorswim. I think Fidelity lets you buy SPX in the pre-market too, right? What's up, builders? Today's price action doesn't... Price action mean an SPX drop is more likely tomorrow? I mean, an SPX drop is more likely because we're in the SLD period. But I mean, today's price action... No. It incentivizes selling of long call positions and equities at a higher level. You can't trade SPY pre-market on TDA unless I'm mistaken. You should be able to. Not SPY, SPX. That's because they're cash settled halitosis. $360, $380p from Pickles Picks are dead. I don't have any 360 or 380ps. 36 and 3800 on SPX? Those are in June. How are they dead? I think it means Lily. Oh, those are also in June. There's a whole US government default between now and then. Does today's action change your expectations for the SLD range? Not really. Maybe like I might not target the 4,000 strike, but a move down to that level can change the the dynamics of the current positioning, right? So like say we fall to like 40 50, right, which is kind of right at the edge or right in between both ranges, which would based on historical price action be the most likely range for us to fall in, somewhere slightly over 200 but less than 300. I mean those 4,000 sold puts are gonna pull back, right? They become massively they were sold for nothing, so the risk reward on them is terrible. And so yeah, if we fell to that range, the structure of positioning in the on the SPX is going to change pretty dramatically. If the start of SLD is this bullish, how high of a rally can OPEC support for SPX? I think it kind of means the opposite, actually. I think the higher we rally here, the more bearish it is. No default, just politics. It's a shell game like it always has been. That would be true if the Treasury wasn't almost out of money. The Treasury is running out of money far faster than the politicians have time to deliberate about the Treasury running out of money. The current speaker is not in a great position to influence his own caucus. And that puts things in a trickier situation. Caucus? Is that the right word there? I think so. There's not a 50% chance of default. I wouldn't even say it's 33% yet. I do think it's higher than what CDS is pricing in right now. But the longer it goes without a resolution, the more CDSs will price in a higher chance. There's a 5% chance, roughly. Well, between the 1 and 5 year. How the frig is SPX up so high when so much risk from the debt ceiling impasse, horrible fundamentals, stats, etc.? Okay, so you're long, Hamburger Helper. You're a big long fund, right? BlackRock, Vanguard, Schwab, Fidelity. You just own a bunch of shit, right? What do you do with those investments while you're holding them? Hear me out. This is going somewhere. Sell CCs. Okay, yeah. What else? Loan shares. Very good. Okay, now, say tail risk in the market is increasing, and you fear the future potential valuation of those long holdings. What would be your first step to risking off from those positions? Boom. Very good, Jason Bowers. Hedge them with 0 DTEs? Yes, absolutely. Well, you also have to buy back your covered calls. Don't forget. Buy GME calls. Well, first, like let's say you've sold a lot of calls, right? You're very confident your positions weren't going up, but now you're afraid your positions are going to drop rapidly. But you've sold all these calls. Let's just say on SPX, for example. So you've sold calls at 41.40, 41.50, 41.60, 41.70, and so on. Your first step is to buy, and we're trading at 41.30. I'll try to make this relevant to today's price action. So your first step is you're gonna buy calls because you got a big fucking position you need to move, right? And it's definitely gonna affect the market. So you buy calls. You don't need a lot of theta because you only need them for like a day or two. So you buy calls and then you close all your CSP or CCs, right? And that's going to force the market maker to do what? Come on, just anybody, shout it out. You don't need to raise your hand. The market maker's already hedged, actually. Very good, P shorts. Deleverage. So the market maker is going to start. And how does a market maker hedge sold calls? By shorting, right? So the market maker hedges sold calls by shorting. And so in the act of deleveraging, the market maker would then buy, right? They would go long. Positive delta. Let's not try to think of it so much as buy sell. Think of it as how they need to delta hedge this, right? Positive, negative. So now the market maker is going to buy, right? Because you've closed this massive position of sold calls. The market maker is going to buy back their shorts. And then what happens when the market maker buys back all their shorts? The market goes up, right? They drive the index higher because they're buying what? What do they use? Come on. What's the hedge there? Futures, you got it, right? And then what have they done? They've bought all those futures into your giant pile of calls that you bought, your big fat hedge, right? It's very small rocks. And then you can close that hedge. Then you can sell. Are you gonna clip this? Absolutely fucking not. Alright, fine, I'll clip it. Serious question. Is that what you think is going on right now? I think that goes on during every SLD period. You could have saved yourself 5 minutes by just saying crime. VIX expiration? Well, if you're short volatility, it's kind of the same deal though, right? Same scenario, different positionally. Bandstand. Hold on. Hey, if I'm hearing this right, I think I've had an influence on you as you've had a big one on me. If you want to open a direct line of communication, my number is... My name is Griffin, but I feel you already know that. What the fuck is this? Is this Bandstand? Are you just trying to get me to unban you? Just clip it and put it as a new episode on School of Stonk. I'm just gonna move the whole stream over to School of Stonk. You getting fished, bro? I'm not calling anybody. No, it's not Volmageddon. Sorry, was that the whole day? What I miss? I guess not downward SLD and maybe upward SLD? First, the beginning of SLD. Vonnegeddon? Oh, Jesus. Stop hanging out with Hazy. He's a bad influence. Charmageddon? That's a Pokemon. Can you show us the meme with JFresh holding the rifle? I don't think I have that. I bought some September 260p's on NVIDIA, and so help me God, I'm not hedging earnings. Why? Why do people not want to hedge earnings? Just a part of your delta, right? Maybe the bullish exuberance or initial risk off will drive the price higher, and then it'll fall. But still hedge. Like you don't need to hedge like 100% of the delta exposure, but hedge some of it. Can we get another asked and answered lesson in here? Where do babies come from? In the interests of Baradactyl's daughters, Gherk and Gherk, no. Check DMs. Okay, admittedly, that was one of the better memes I've ever made. I forgot about it, though. Thank you, AY. I averaged out my SPY 24 410s at the very top. Got the cost basis down 35%. Plan on closing by Friday end of day to avoid weekend theta loss. I couldn't watch them at work. Best case scenario, I guess. Fair enough. Yeah. That's May 24 410s. Okay. Are we taking bets on how many times they mention AI? I mean, they have to mention it more than anyone. Because they don't make money. We have varying degrees of ups before, depending on the amount of calls sold. There's a lot of factors besides the amount of calls sold, but yes. I mean, we talked about this last week. Generally, going into SLD, there's some pump. This time we got it today. Sometimes it's on Tuesday or Monday. There's not really any predicting it. Sometimes there isn't a pump. How do you determine what your exposure is on an option? The delta? All you probably need to worry about is the delta. It depends on theta. Mm. Hey Greg, I just wanted to say thanks for hanging out with us. I love you. Thanks, Glowstick. SPX 2DTE 4050p. I have a few. But that's what happens when you let Popcorn Trader into your account. What's the picture on the 6-month badge and the 12-month badge of Cornichon? I don't know. Thanks for buying into the play and ruining it for all of us, Half Square. SLD should be CLD for crime liquidity deposit? That's ridiculous. The VIX, look at how they massacred my boy. Are the 4150s selling off? I think they're gonna try to stabilize it here. Hmm. I don't know. Futures might just keep selling off into close. I guess there's a decent chance. Got what, 25 minutes? It's all the time in the world. No, I'm pretty sure they'll, like, buy out of the money calls, right? They're not just gonna, well... I guess it... Yeah, there's a lot of fucking out of the money calls that are expiring soon. um... I don't actually know if they can... yeah, they're buying, like, the 40, 65, 70, 75s. They're selling out of the in-the-money strikes. I mean, it kind of looks like what they usually do at the end of the day when they're trying to stabilize their in-the-money positions. Like, just buying shitloads of out-of-the-money calls while the price drops. But the 4150s are about to go out of the money, so... Definitely curious. I really needed to drop a bit lower, though, if I'm going to get an entry for a straddle tonight. Things look bearish. That looks pretty bearish. That might have time to play out, too. That looks very bearish. Interesting. I guess we'll see what happens here. 4145 puts are picking up. My 0 DT 4120p are about to close in the money. I mean, that's a lot of charm that's gonna fall off, right? Can Volmageddon ever happen again? Yeah. Nvidia up 650 BPS since Monday. They must be cranking soft goods so hard for earnings. They better crank harder. This end of day could get kind of spicy. How did you learn all you know about markets? Like market structure and mechanics, trading, and different places, work experience, school, some of it, very little. I have a tendency to explore subjects I'm interested in to exhaustion, like in a really unhealthy way. Talking to people. I mean, I've known traders, desk traders, fixed income guys, economists, risk analysts, hedge fund managers. I mean, obsessiveness. Lots of traders share that. Yeah. It's don't ever take Adderall. I have no intention of doing that. Would you say you've learned as much from us as we have from you? I mean, I've definitely learned new things over the last 2 years. I don't ever want to like stop doing that. Like I don't really care if I make money trading or become a billionaire so much as I just never want to stop having something new to figure out. I guess it sounds kind of corny. You can help me develop the world's most boring fixed income strategies. That's not fun. Those are fixed income's easy though. I mean, don't tell that to anybody who works in fixed income because they get really pissy about it, but not if you're trying to beat the 2 year. What's the yield on SPX 5000 calls for 2025? Because I can tell you how to beat the 2 year. I don't have a single IRL friend that even knows what fixed income is, yet most of them probably have a significant portion of their investment capital in fixed income. 14% yield? I feel like I've solved the problem here. Let's take less risk, right? So I mean, you still buy the 2 year, but then you use the margin on the 2 year. And you sell. Let's go less risk. Jan 24. 5,000. Those suck. 4,500? That's better. $4,500, 5,000. I mean, you could even do like 40,75, 4,500, and then just roll them up incrementally every quarter. That's a 50% yield on every 22,000 margin and risk. Gork wins again. Plus, you get the. Don't forget that you're still getting the yield from the 2-year notes. So 55%. I guess if you want to do quarter over quarter, it's 10% yield. I mean, you're gonna end up roughly in the same spot, but a little less risk than buying like the or selling the like Jan 24s up front. They sold 4150 piece for today, didn't they? Oh, definitely. Yeah. Why not sell calls on Gen 24 SPX 4750? It's you win, that's a lot of money. If you lose, it's bankruptcy, which is 7 years of no money. Doesn't sound so bad. You can do 3-month T-bills and do quarterly options. Yeah. Well, no, you probably just do the 2-year up front, right? Well, you wait for the treasury to start ramping up yields, then you buy the 2-year. Then you use the margin on the 2-year to enter the SPX spread. Boom, ETF built, done. Where's my 20% management fees? They're right over there with my 400K consultation fee. $45C sold, 4750C bought. It'd be 4,500. 5,000. Well, I guess you could. I mean, you could do 4,750. Your spread narrows. Well, returns are a little worse. It's arbitrary. There are better strikes. There's no early assignment risk, though. You think Fed Chair Powell, first of his name, ruler of men, king of the markets, speaking on Friday, will elicit the greatest SLD jump the pickle jar has ever seen? I don't know, maybe. He's sitting down with the biggest idiot to ever sit in his chair, so. GME PT still 16.18 for June? Yeah, I don't see why not. It's actually 1850 to 1650, but close enough. I'm not joking, but why does a bear call spread for SPX 4450, 4400? Actually, I think you have those backwards. You put the sold first. And it's not bad. It's like 93% return
return on risk, potentially. $4,400. Well, for a, if you read it the other way, it's a debit spread. In which case, that would be an awful debit spread. Are you waiting for market close to enter your straddle? No. I'm already in it. Well, I'm not in the put leg, but I'm in the call side already. I should probably enter the put leg here in case this sells off, though. Bounce? That's on tomorrow's data. What do we have coming out tomorrow? Jobless claims, Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing Index. Both of those could be moderately bearish. Continuing jobless claims. Philadelphia Fed employment numbers will probably matter. Then we've got immediate Fed speeches, one before and one right after market open by Jefferson and Logan. Barr's testimony is going to continue. Existing home sales is pretty important. A continued downtrend in that could be very bad, especially if it's worse than last month. Existing home sales is pretty important. Yeah, those are relevant. Can you describe what you're seeing for SPX call put movement in the last few minutes? It looks like 4065 through 4175s are selling off. 4160s are continuing to increase, as are 4155s. So if they buy the 4160 and buy the 4155, I mean, this is more like arbitrage probably, but you know, if you just buy both of those strikes, like you buy the 60 when it's out of the money, and you buy the 55 under 4160, then you profit off of the difference. You could also just probably sell. Yeah, you could probably sell like the 65, buy the 55. But it looks like they're just like buying the shit out of 4160. Maybe they're selling 4160, buying 4155. It sounds like they could try and tap 4200 if data's bullish. I don't think they're getting through 4165. The sold calls there remain strong. I think today was probably the top. What's up, JC? After it hits 3:30, Jensen will come to your house. I will personally mug you and take your lunch money. How are you hedging 290, 295 Nvidia spread? I bought calls. That's the easiest way to hedge a spread. And then if the market starts coming down tomorrow, I'll just close them. DMs, DMs, DMs. What's up, turd? Oh my fuck. Okay, that's not real. Mapped out meme stacks and prominent. Interesting. So this is when they're both on Reg Show together? Is what you're saying? Okay. If you didn't buy a call, you can roll them at a loss. Well, a small loss. 4155s are starting to sell off. Yeah, I think interesting. Turn spread into a condor with Nvidia earnings and pumped IV. I'm not doing it. I'm just curious from a management standpoint. Yeah, you can. Earnings is tomorrow, right? Yep. Friday? No. No, it's tonight. Earnings is tonight. Wait, no, it's not. Next week. It's next week. It's next Wednesday. Yeah, you could turn it, but I mean, my spreads expire Friday. I could roll them out. Sorry, I had to pull up the Nvidia chart. Yeah, it's the 24th. Yeah, if you had like a June spread, you can turn it into a condor. You're like inverse. You'd probably want to sell an inverse condor, but yeah, you could do it. Monthly straddle on Nvidia earnings? No, I have far too many puts for that. How does one turn a June bear call spread into a reverse condor? Okay, so you have, so say you have like a 300 call, like 300, 305, right? You would buy, well, you would sell, like an out of the money put, so you could sell like a 275, buy like a 280, and then you would buy an in the money call and then sell your out of the money call. No. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So you need to pull the call in under the sold call, and then you sell the bull put spread, or well, the bull debit spread, the bear debit spread. So you're inverting your current spread, and then opening a debit spread. Nvidia's pumped 100% in slightly more than 4 months, truly staggering. A $750 billion company. Yeah. Super impressive. To clarify, we expect 1 to 3% down from roughly 4165. Yeah. So I don't know about 1. Higher than 1. I would expect 2 to 3%. TGA at 94,629 closing yesterday. Interesting. That's not a lot of fucking money, poopy pants. Fuck SVX, fuck Nvidia. I'll see you tomorrow. ZOM up today, though, right? It's a Treasury General account. Nice. Yeah, oil was getting a bit low there. When SPX 4120? I feel like it's been years. It was literally this morning. Ding ding. Yeah, it's all done. GME selling off a bit into close. SPX 2. But closing 41.58. So the 41.55 still $3 in the money. Those are expired now. VIX closing back around 17. That'll probably go back up above 17 overnight, regardless. Anything else make any really impressive moves today? I know Nvidia pumped pretty hard. Expectations for their earnings are going to be sky high. It'll be interesting. Google dropping a bit into close. Let's see what futures look like. Futures just selling off right after market close. Yeah. So, you know, keep an eye on futures tonight. See where it ends up. We're about 100 BPS up from market open today. It's right around here. So 41.40. Yeah, I don't think that's a lot of ground to cover during the SLD period. Ideally, we want to see this fall back to like VWAP here. That would be like my expected range for SLD. So from here to like $100, that would be right in between like 2 to 3%. For SPX, that'd be like 40, 50. KBW up 7.3%. Fubo up 9. Okay. My 519 CCs are fucked. Can you just roll them? Why can't you roll them? Like if you're that worried about assignment. 150 BPS drop overnight, and my 4150p will 5x. Nice. All right, well, we'll see what happens. Thank you guys so much. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night, everybody.